Hello, hello, and welcome back to No Man's Sky. Finally, something else than 14. Anyways, I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Welcome back. Let's check out the new update. Well, I probably need to get some stuff together. Honestly, well, I haven't really touched No Man's Sky ever since it crashed on me, like, what was it, 8 weeks ago, something like that. And I knew that 4.0 was gonna come out, so I kind of waited for that. I don't really know why, honestly. It doesn't really matter that much. I do want to continue playing it, maybe not as frequently. It's a game, like, it's a chill game that you can return to every now and again. Not the most interesting stuff ever. I do have to admit that. Like, No Man's Sky in and of itself is pretty cool. I like a lot of the content that has been added over the years, but it still has a ton of jank to it. It's not very polished at all. It has some major problems. But let's see what they changed. I mean, the inventory upgrades looked great overall, I think, or rather, well, what I've seen of them was, functionally, I didn't really look too deep into it. I just read through the patch notes that they published on their website. And I also, let me make the game sound a bit louder for me. I watched like King of Thalion stream for like an hour or something, but didn't really look too much different to before. Sorry, I'm still drinking my coffee as well. Just had to get another cup. Yeah, so one thing that I definitely like is that they finally decided to overhaul a system that has been here basically from the beginning, right? And has annoyed me ever since. And I think I mentioned that a lot, actually, during my time playing the game on stream as well, is simply the fact that the whole technology and cargo and general tab of the inventory never really made much sense. And it had been there from the very beginning of the game, and it's this sort of thing where I was kind of wondering why it never changed. And that's the biggest thing, right? No Man's Sky is a very, very weird thing for me personally. First of all, because the game has never really become what I originally envisioned it to be, or what I personally would have liked it to be. Now, that's not a big deal in and of itself, right? It's not the game I want it to be, but it's still, overall, I think, a good game, right? Or has become a good game. And I do very much like how much work they've put into it. And even though I'm still bummed that I paid $60 when it originally released, that's on me, right? I never should have bought it in the first place. But instead should have picked it up when it was on sale for like $10 or whatever, right? It's been on sale a bunch of times. So I don't really put that on the developers. What I do put on the developers, though, is that they've added features and features and features over the years to this game while never actually polishing up the foundation of it, right? That's been my biggest complaint with the game, and has always kept me from returning, because I knew that I wouldn't, like, I do enjoy the base building. I enjoyed what they did with freighters. I enjoyed what they, like, implemented over the years, and while I still think that, the story could definitely be written better, it's way too, it's not really tropey, I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely, it feels like this weird art project, right, where whoever's doing it themselves doesn't really know what they're even trying to do with it, right? They kind of want to, like, it tries to deliver this really fundamental, message about who we are as a species, if we're even real, what our universe is, right? It has these kind of undertones, but at the same time, it never really does anything with it. It basically puts out a whole bunch of statements, but never really considers or explores it itself, right? And I do know that now we've now gotten like a new in-game sort of archive or something, right? Where you can actually look up the different descriptions and stuff that you find about the races. So maybe now it becomes at least a little bit clearer, because otherwise, you know, I like No Man's Sky for its gameplay and for its uniqueness, arguably, in terms of, you know, planetary traversal and whatnot, resource gathering, and in conjunction with, you know, building up your ship and whatnot. Well, but at the same time, I always wish that it also had, because that's what I'm personally always enjoying the most, is like uncovering the lore of a game, right? Uncovering stories within a game. And No Man's Sky never really had that. Or rather, it was like playing it very, very safe, very simple, and kind of not very immersive as well, right? So let's see if that changed anything. But yeah, I'm definitely a big fan that they finally decided to touch one of the base components of the game that has been there from the very beginning and overhauled it, because, you know, it needed it big time. Now, obviously, I have heard about the complaints from players, especially those with like really, really big sort of old save games. And I felt that it was weird, right? When I was playing the game like 2 months ago, the fact that you could install like the upgrades specifically tell you, the technology upgrades, you're only allowed to add 3 upgrades to any given technology, right? But the game actually lets you upgrade stuff both in the general tab and in the technology tab, or has allowed to do that before this upgrade, right? Or update, rather. And when I encountered that, I very much thought that it wasn't intended. Not necessarily a bug per se, but something that was maybe left in the game, and then they just decided, oh, well, you know, it doesn't really matter. If people are stronger than we anticipated them to be, then that's fine, right? I mean, it doesn't break anything, right? If your character can traverse planets quicker, gather more resources, it only makes the game more fun at the end of the day, really, right? So I think that's very much what it was, is that they kind of just left it as is because they didn't really have plans to overhaul it in the past. And maybe they just overlooked it when they implemented the whole system and then left it, right? And now, obviously, with the whole inventory overhaul, they did touch on it, and now apparently you can only get 3 technology modules. Though there was like a hotfix patch as well, right? Like a day or 2 ago. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they reverted that already. Anyways, let's get into the game. Let's look at the changes, what I can discern compared to what I had before, and hopefully be able to continue on the mission that I was on. Now, in terms of my personal journey through the game, I do remember that, well, I did stop playing the game last time because it crashed on me, which is, or was, very unfortunate, right? And I do remember that I needed to gather more resources for, what was it? I needed to gather more resources for flying through space, I think. Alright, well, let's just go into the ship and check out everything, right? So they overhauled the menu, which is good. They didn't fix the menu lag. That's bad. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't happen once you're, like, in the menu, but for some reason I don't know. It's very, very weird. It's like when you start the game, it kind of has to reload the menu or something. I don't really get why that's a thing or why it needs to be like that. Anyways, this still very much looks like it has always done, right? These are my visited systems. That's good. Yeah, these are all the planets I've been to, right? This menu is still absolutely horrible. That's good to know. Why is it so horrible? Why can I not just scroll up if I want to? I'm pressing up on the D-pad, nothing's happening. I guess I need to... Okay, nice, cool. Another bug. Always great to find those right away. So yeah, they didn't do anything with this. Why is this symbol? Why does this look different? Overgrown planet? Oh. Is it a moon? Ah, it is. It is. Alright. Makes sense. Alright, so this is still the same. I wish they would have actually worked on the menus a bit more. The menus honestly look pretty dated at this point, right? Especially when you're looking at them on a 4K monitor. You know, a whole bunch of the UI elements aren't in 4K. Yeah, it just looks pretty dated. I wish they would have done something with that as well. This, they definitely overhauled. And it looks way worse than before. That's great. Because now you actually see less. So previously you had like a really cool sort of select stuff on the left, right? And now how does this work? So now you have to do one more click to get into things again. Well, not really. Yeah, this is not how you design menus. This is pretty bad, honestly. I mean, in general, it's the same menu as before. It just doesn't show you what kind of menu you're in, right? So now I'm in catalog, and it should show me that I'm in a subsection of this menu. So it's, yeah. It's fine, I'll get used to it, but this is still not how you design menus. Yeah, and it was all... This is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. Holy fuck, is this bad. It basically tells you absolutely nothing. You have to click on something to actually get to where you want to be. This is also horrible, that you have like 3 things you can click on, but it gets you to the same menu. It doesn't make any sense at all. If these would be customizable, that would be a different story, but I don't think they are, honestly. And then the guide is basically the same as before as well. So this is just, for some reason, the same menu, but in a different, more horrible UI, interestingly enough. Also, these were 2 different menus before. I don't know why they put those together, because that makes it a lot less easy to look through. Like, I know what's in here because I've played the game before, and I know what it looked like in the past. But as a new player, this looks absolutely atrocious, right? And that it randomly scrolls through things you have no idea what the fuck they are even supposed to be, makes it even worse, right? And then, like, this whole menu is designed for 720p screens, right? I mean, I'm literally looking at it on my preview for the stream. It looks okay, because that's in a tiny window on my second monitor, right? But on my actual screen in 4K, it looks horrible. I don't know why they decided to overhaul it. That makes no sense whatsoever. This is still the same as before. That's all right. At least they didn't touch this one. It still doesn't let you actually put multiple... Why is this even in here? Install cargo scan. Oh, that's because I wanted to build that. Right. I think that was the last thing I stopped on, right? So let me actually see. Speak to a Viking cartographer. I think that wasn't in the system, right? I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look at that. This as well. I think these 2 I didn't continue because they weren't in this system. And this is just a reference to the other mission. These are the basic ones that still make no sense that they're here. This should be like a separate tab or something, right? Because it doesn't actually interact with your personal side missions. And I need to go back to my base. I need to gather a Gravitino ball from somewhere. And grow and harvest Gravitino hosts. Does that have anything to do with the balls? Or is it something separate? Plants can be grown. Don't know why I didn't do that, to be honest. Yeah, and then this is what I wanted to build, I think. Okay, let's see if they have actually overhauled any options. General, okay, the audio options are still horrible. This is still horrible as well. I had really, really hoped they would give you more options, but they just straight up don't. Yeah, so there needs to be... See, this is what I'm talking about. How the fuck, over 6 years, have they not implemented more stuff here? That's... Why can I not, like, put the HUD to 4K resolution or something? Well, whatever. Video options, frame rate lock disabled. On full, this is also still the same as before, right? I hope this hasn't changed because of the update. Let's see, you can join invite only, voice chat disabled. Yeah, I don't think anything's really changed here. The options are still absolutely horrible. This is the only thing they actually changed, which is kinda not really cool. Scanner recharge. Why is that challenging? Why is it challenging when the scanner just takes longer to recharge? Isn't that, like, completely pointless? Also, why is everything already on challenging? So if you're playing on survival, which is kind of the base mode that the game has, right? That's already the hardest experience you can get. That's okay. Putting purchases too expensive, you know, doesn't really, like, what? And enemy strength? What does that even mean? Like, sentinels are just things you shoot. They don't provide any sort of interesting gameplay. Why would I put that on more challenging? I think I'm just gonna... Oh, inventory transfer range, infinite. Wait. The patch note said something about you being able to fire a rocket to your freighter or something, though. Wouldn't that be infinite transfer range? Ryan, hello. Welcome. It's going, well, as you'd expect with a new No Man's Sky update. I don't know. I'm just sort of looking through the things that are new and not finding much. But I guess we'll see about the rest. So yeah, the whole menu, everything's still more or less exactly the same as it was. But let's take a look at the inventory. At least they did make this a little bit smaller. Wonder why they didn't do that in the actual options menu then. Because clearly they're capable of doing it. Alright, the problem is that I don't fully remember everything that I had installed, or rather everything that I would like to have installed, I guess. Let's see. Personal refiner. So all of these things, as far as I understand, are now just technology, right? So I wouldn't be able to move this over here, which makes sense. All right. And these are now things that I had installed before, and they're now packaged because I didn't have enough slots. Okay. And this is just, oh, it highlights the different stuff. Okay. Don't know why that's really necessary. I mean, it's not like I guess, well, unless this can be seriously crazy big, which obviously I wouldn't know. And these are now empty slots? Is that correct? They look kind of weird. What's that symbol even supposed to mean? Okay. So that's my exosuit. And they also increased... This was 250 before, wasn't it? At least now it actually shows you how many you can get, right? I mean, obviously that's a thing that you kind of know after a while of playing the game. But it's nice that they show that anyways. Well, alright, this is definitely going to be complicated because the problem is, are these now completely, like, will they unpack?
Incoming storm.
Oh, I'm in my ship, right? Yeah, I don't care. Will these now unpack into random things? Because that's the way it worked before, right? When you installed like a new technology, it just had random stats on it, basically. Because that would kind of suck, honestly. Because the problem is it basically put everything that I had in my technology tab previously, it left in my technology tab, and everything that was in the general tab, it put into cargo. With the problem being that that was more or less random how I put that previously. The good thing is that the multi-tool is still the same as before, right? So I still have my... Where is it? Yeah, I still have my plus 6,000% reward stuff. And everything else is still here as well. So that's good. Let's see, freighter technology. Yeah, the freighter didn't really have much. How did I keep this? Activated indium. I think they also changed around a bunch of the inventory icons. I wish that they... I don't know this. I don't know what they are doing with the whole inventory. I think it mainly looks weird because the symbols aren't in 4K resolution, but the letters are. So it doesn't look all that great. It's sort of the same problem that you get with a lot of older upscaled games from like the PS4 era and whatnot, especially pre-Pro upgrade. I'm just gonna time you out. You know? Maybe think a little bit before you write. Yeah, I can definitely see why people were pissed about this now. Ugh, it's really... It makes getting back into the game pretty annoying. Also, I already have Gravitino Balls. I didn't realize. Okay, well that makes the whole mission thing pretty simple. I guess I really just was out on getting the cargo scanner thing installed, which now I wouldn't even be able to do, right? Because I don't have any technology slots left on my starship. How do you even get new ones then? Because was that a thing previously? Could you just do that? For the exosuit, yes, right? For the exosuit, you had to... You had to visit space stations and whatnot in every system. Well, in theory, I could just... Okay, let me just look over this. Modified uranium resonator pack. I have the wiring package designed to allow easy storage of core technology for the deflector shield. Okay. So this is just stuff that I still had, right? These I can stack now. So they basically increased inventory sizes across the board, or rather they just doubled all the base ones. Why doesn't this say how much they can store here? Please don't tell me they forgot that the numbers are too big for the UI and so it doesn't show properly. Because it should probably say out of 1,000, right? No, wait, the numbers get smaller. Why are these so... Oh my god. Please, for the love of God, right? Do a basic UI or graphics overhaul of this entire game. Everything's sort of just thrown together, right? This game deserves so much better in that regard. I mean, you know, functionally, this update, on the surface, I do like a lot. I wish that they had thought about a better process. Like, you know what they should have done is, if you had technology installed previously in the general tab of your inventory, they should have just automatically converted those into technology slots. That would have made way more sense, right? And they still could have had the whole, like, what's it called? Restriction of only having 3 technology upgrades, right? They still could have had that and just shown to you, oh, you know, now you have 6 technologies installed of any given type, you know, you need to uninstall 3 of them or whatever. I feel like that would have made way more sense, because now you're kind of stuck in a weird way, right? Now I need to go over, check everything, need to think about, okay, which technology do I want to... well, I probably want to keep all of this and just, over time, buy more technology slots so that I'm ultimately able to install everything again, right? Well, the good thing is, Freighter doesn't really have any technology currently. The multi-tool is still the same as it ever was, because it only ever had the technology slots. The ship had 3 additional ones. So these are... what are these? Cadmium drive. That's an upgrade to the hyperdrive, right? Upgrades to hyperdrive's core bounding magnets, preventing rapid disassembly when attempting... See, this is not good. Like, this actively hurts player exploration, and... because you get this through a story mission, right? This is a main component of your story progression, being able to access red star systems. And the game acted like... imagine if a player was on that mission, right? They just got their drive installed and then the update hit. And now suddenly they don't have it anymore? Oh, great, they also didn't fix the pirate rates. Cool, good to know. I do have to say, though, the bokeh effect of the menu, I don't know whether or not that was a thing before, but that looks beautiful. Looks way better than the menu itself. Well, anyways, the good thing is though that I think I can just basically repackage my technologies, right? So I should be able to install the stuff that I definitely need and just uninstall the stuff that I don't need. Extremely powerful upgrade for the Pulse engine. Plus 16 efficiency, boost maneuverability. I don't really need that. Are they actually hitting my ship? I don't think so. Nah, should be fine. At least they actually fixed the audio on that, I think. Because I'm pretty sure that the pirate rates were annoyingly loud before the update. I do remember being very annoyed by that. Which ones of these are the actual launch thrusters? These ones, right? Never mind. So we have the pulse engine, propulsion boost, tritium is required, that's this. This is one I wanted to get last time. I definitely need to get more tritium. Or is this pulse drive efficiency? I don't need this anymore. Convert technology into a deployable package for storage. Let's try that. Alright, so that does mean though that these packages, as far as I understand, right, what this UI is telling me is that these packages keep their stats and values the same. Which would make sense, right? So that's definitely good. Alright, let's see. Now I can actually move stuff. I don't know why you can't actually uninstall or package the photon cannon though. I know that you couldn't do that before, but I really wish you could. Because if you install way better weapons, it actually sucks that you have to scroll through it, right? Anyways, though, let's move this. Launch auto charger, and this is launch cost. So let's put that over here and put the other thing over here. And I don't have any. That's for the hyperdrive, that's for the deflector shield, and this one's for the sensors. Oh, right, that's the economy sensor thing. Okay. Rocket launcher. See, because I want to keep the rocket launcher, and I want to keep the infraknife accelerator. These are two pretty cool weapons, but I have to keep this one as well, because for some reason they don't allow you to uninstall it. That honestly kind of sucks, but... Okay, let's put this here for a second. Is there anything that needs to go to these ones? Don't necessarily think so, right? Where the fuck's my core? This is the pulse engine. This is the hyperdrive. This is the deflector shield. So the upgrades for the pulse engine. Well, I mean, at least now I have a goal of actually getting upgrades to my technology slot. Yeah, I fucking know that I need to install the cargo scan deflector in the technology slot. Okay, I'm currently not doing that. Okay. Let's see. Let's maybe move the pulse engine over here. Wait, what's the actual pulse engine? This one. I just moved it from here, right? Ah, well, whatever. That's the pulse engine stuff. What are these? Shield strength, shield strength. And this is what? 13. Well, that's good then, though. That means I can just keep this and install it whenever I want it, right? Why do I still have this, by the way? I guess I needed that for a quest at some point. Oh, I just realized the reason why they doubled the stack sizes is because now it's all cargo inventory and they removed the general one, right? So previously the way it worked was that the general inventory just had half the stack size of the cargo inventory for some reason. As I said, it never made much sense the way the inventory was built up, right? So now it actually makes more sense. That's kind of cool. But that probably means that I actually don't know how many slots my ship had previously. I'm pretty sure that this is just the combined number of slots from general and cargo inventory, right? I guess that's cool. Okay, so I definitely don't need the shield strength currently. Let's just move this stuff over then, I guess. So that's my shield. This is the accelerator thing. Oh yeah, the hyperdrive thing. Wait, let's put the hyperdrive stuff over here. The fuck is flying through my ship? Because I definitely need this one, right? Install. Oh nope, that's the wrong. Install this one over here. Okay. Man, I would really like to store this one. I don't need it. Yeah. So let's package up this one. I definitely don't need that right now. That's a pulse drive. Let's see. Uranium. Let's see what this was. Oh, it's basically the same thing. Alright, let's store these for now, and then... let's maybe put all the weapons over here then. Or rather... that doesn't really make... It's bad either way, right? Oh, well, whatever. This is the economy scanner thing. Alright. That's fair, that's fair. Okay, the good thing is I can just keep these, right? And whenever I get a new technology slot and I don't know what to put in it, I can just put these things into it. So that's good. Great. That means I didn't actually lose that much. This one is going to be a lot more complicated though, unfortunately, because I had a bunch of upgrades here. I think these two were in my cargo inventory previously, actually. Let's see, can stack these. Man, having 500 of one item is pretty good, not gonna lie. What is this one? Navigation data. Why did they change that one? That's a strange symbol. I mean, well, not strange per se, but it kind of looks more like a deployable beacon or something, right? Though I get what they're trying to say, right? It points you towards a specific point in space. Salvage data. Wait, why is this worth so much? These databanks can be spent at a construction research unit and used to research new construction blueprints. Were they this expensive before? I don't remember that being a thing, honestly. Well, alright, what's currently installed? That's my hazard protection. I'm probably going to package up these ones. They're pretty handy to have, right, if you're in really hazardous environments, but at the same time, It's pretty annoying that you have to manually recharge them, and they don't auto-recharge, so... And honestly, the portable refinery probably isn't that useful anymore, considering that I have way more slots now. Maybe? What are all of these? Supreme upgrade for toxic protection. Targeting solar panel power and sprint distance. Yeah, these three were pretty good, weren't they? Core health, core health, core health. I do remember these three being pretty powerful. Though it might be that I can't even install them anymore, because it would exceed the installation limit, I guess. Let's see how that still works. Our team is this translator package. Yeah, this one I actually kept installed previously. I don't know if you still need that, really. I don't know if this is still required to progress the main story yet, honestly. Self-cleaning breath recycler, what the fuck is that? Offering significant improvements to the oxygen tank. I think this was pretty good as well. Oh no, never mind. Is this for... I think this was for breathing underwater, right? I guess I just have to go through them. Well, the jetpack I definitely need. Jetpack tanks, jetpack tanks, jetpack tanks. Yeah, these three are pretty powerful. Definitely want to keep them. Then we have life support, and this is just core health. Let's pick up these two for the time being. Put this stuff away here somewhere. Whoop. I like how things are still just flying through your spaceship. That's what I'm saying, right? That's just stuff that, like, how is that not fixed yet? Honestly, why is that still a thing that animals and whatnot can just pass through your base and your ship and what have you? I wish so much that they would just spend more time polishing the game. That would be so awesome, honestly. Well, whatever. Let's take a look at this one. What is this one? Life support. Life support tanks plus 100%. That's pretty good. Solar panel power is something that I don't know whether or not I have it or not, honestly. Yeah, let's put this away for the time being. Let's look through the others first. Let's see, what is this then? Life support tanks plus 15. Alright, I'm gonna keep this, and I'm gonna store this one. Okay. That's the only life support thing. So let's move this one over here. I'm sure this is just hazard protection as well, right? These are gonna be in my inventory forever. Fuck. Ah, well. Let's see, what the hell is this one? Oh. Install. What is this? Core health and shield strength. Reverse engineered vector padding. Can I combine that with these three? Let's see. What is this one? Ah, okay. So now I can only have... So this is shield strength plus 20 and 5% solar panel power. Yeah, that's worse than these ones. So let's keep that for the time being. This one I wasn't sure about. Let's see. Sprint distance isn't bad. Again, no idea about the solar panels though. Core health, sprint distance, fuel efficiency, solar panel power. Yeah, this one I definitely want to keep. So, fuel efficiency, shield strength, life support tanks. Plus 6%, that's not really all that great. Let's remove that. Move this over here. That's actually fairly good though. Oh yeah, this is just breathe longer underwater, right? I definitely don't need that one. Yeah, that's pretty good. That means that I can actually keep everything installed. Alright, let's move the hazmat gauntlets over here. Portable refinery can stay in here. So these three I can't install anyways, because I already have 3 upgrades. I guess, well, I could either try to... Should I sell these? Probably, right? I don't think I can actually do anything else with them. Right? I mean... This one wasn't all that great, right? Honestly, I'm just gonna keep this weird thing installed because I don't know whether or not I might actually need it for the main story. Right. Cool. Yeah, honestly, I might just sell these at some point, right? Because they'll just clog up my inventory otherwise. Oh, yeah, I still hit this one. Yeah. Let's keep this in here for now, and just... It'll sort itself out eventually. Well, that wasn't half bad. It's actually fun to look through this, right, and realize, oh, I can do this here, I can do that here. If you haven't really played that long and don't have a billion upgrades that suddenly need, you know, to be reinstalled and whatnot. But yeah, honestly, imagine this, but with an inventory that's 5 times as large, right? Or even bigger than that. That would be an absolute fucking nightmare, especially, and I don't get why that's a thing. Why do these things not tell you the actual stats behind it? Why do I have to install them and then remove them again, right? Those are just sort of basic things that shouldn't be overlooked. Like, how is that a thing? How could they actually overlook something like that and not realize, oh, wait, maybe it would be good to be able to actually see what's happened here, right? To actually see what's been packaged up. I mean, they could have differentiated between packages that you packaged yourself and things that you just randomly find, right? But they, for whatever reason, didn't bother with that, apparently. Yeah, it's definitely not great. They really didn't think this all the way through, I feel like. This is a mining beam module. Module is flexible, exact upgrade statistics are unknown until installation. No, wait, this actually says... Well, whatever. This is for the mining beam. So I need a new multi-tool slot for that. Okay. Well, that's the inventory taken care of. So now... Oh, fuck. Pirates again? Okay, I know that I've been sitting in my inventory for like 40 minutes now, But the fact that pirates attacked this facility 3 times in 40 minutes is ridiculously dumb. That should be a thing that happens like every 5 days or something, right? That should be like a rare thing, the sort of pirate raid, and not something that happens like every 10 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever. Smuggle counterfeit circuits. Purchase is illegal at most trade terminals. Yeah, don't actually know. Craft solar mirror. Gold, silver, chromatic metal. Valuable interstellar minerals. I can craft solar mirrors, right? That's a thing that I can do. How has this not been overhauled? Seriously, like, what the fuck? Why does it only display 8 things? Why doesn't it display everything? How is that not a thing? Why can I not change that in the UI somewhere? Or UI, what's it called? Options. Whatever. Living glass? Wait, can I not actually craft that? Craft solar mirror. Gather or refine platinum. Okay, for this one, I need to visit an outlaw system again, which I have one that I can travel to, right? So that shouldn't really be an issue. The solar mirrors, again, I'm not really all that sure about, because shouldn't that appear here somewhere? Dihydrogen. Also, the symbol changes of some of these are really, really strange. You know what? It also feels like the game isn't scaling them correctly. So if you look at this one, you'll not be able to see that on stream, but these ones are native resolution, right? So I'm playing in 4K, and these ones are displayed at 100% pixel zoom, whatever you want to call that, right? So they look crystal clear. These ones don't. Why? Because they're displayed with a weird pixel ratio, right? It's not a like 1:1 or 1:2 pixel ratio, but instead some value in between. So they look a little bit blurry. That's really bad. And kind of weird, but alright. Solar mirror, this thing. Gold, silver, chromatic metal. Pretty sure that I have gold and silver back in my home base, if I recall correctly. But I'd have to look that up. Alright, well. Let's double check the current system that I'm in. There's still planets that I haven't visited here. Why did I even come to this one? Was there something that I wanted to collect here for some reason? Or did I already collect that? Oh, I'm pretty sure that I did, didn't I? Ancients, bones, aggressive sentinels. Alright, let me just, in my mind, make up what I actually want to do. So I should probably, first of all, I should probably gather more tritium, right? Because I need that. While doing that and being in an asteroid belt, I can also collect more platinum, gold, and silver. Because I'll also need that. Let's just save real quick. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that the game crashed last time while I was in orbit for some reason. So let's just try to find some asteroid belts to mine. This is still way too loud. What the fuck? Oh my god, why is that a thing? Why are these options so poor? What the fuck? I swear to God, this is probably gonna change some special effects so that you can't even hear them properly. And this is still insanely loud. I don't even think that this is even affected by that, right? I'm pretty sure. This is just loud in general. God, this game is bad. In terms of options. Wait, what am I even mining? I didn't even pay attention. Is this even giving me anything? Can I not scan for tritium? I think you can, right? Usually? Oh. What the fuck? Wait, are you a pirate? Or did I accidentally hit this guy while I was mining the asteroid? Probably, right? Oh well. No, they attacked me, so I don't care. Yeah, standing creep. I should have just flown away. Oh well, whatever. And it's still not displaying what kind of planet I'm actually flying towards. Oh, I love that. Yeah, sorry, whoever I just killed. That was my bad. I didn't even realize. I realized that I hit an asteroid and like a billion kilometers in the background somewhere there was a ship. Apparently, for some reason, I accidentally hit them. Which is pretty dumb that can still happen, but alright. Whatever. See, that's stuff that they should actually fix, right? Why is that not a thing? Why does that stuff not get fixed? I really, I don't get it. That's such a simple thing, right? Now it apparently just despawned the asteroids around me. Can I not scan for tritium anymore? Oh, that's gold. Oh. At least I can gather that. What did I say? Gold, silver, platinum... tritium, right? Well, the tritium is actually the most important because it's kind of required to keep going, right? I thought didn't they say something about them also overhauling asteroid belts? Or maybe that's just specific ones? Yeah, how do I get tritium, honestly, at this point? Because I actually need it. I don't have anything left. Ah, there it is. Alright, so it's the blue ones, I guess? I think that's what they maybe overhauled, is the fact that they now actually look different. Can I not just completely destroy these things? Do I have to, like, do that individually? I feel like this should give more silver, honestly. Is there actually some sort of mining beam upgrade that you can get? Oh, that looks like an asteroid belt. Ooh, do they now spawn in sort of further away or something? That would be kind of cool. Oh yeah, they want to get my gravitino balls, alright. I got a gold nugget. base combat is still exactly the same as it was before, though. Which is... well, at least they didn't make it worse, right? Holy fuck, this is loud. Because that's also something that could have happened, right? Is that for some reason they maybe would have wanted to, I don't know, make it more challenging or something awkward like that. Thankfully they haven't. Well, at least now my standing is back to what it was before. Okay, so if you're in an asteroid belt, it just destroys the asteroid automatically, yeah? Maybe? That's a little bit inconsistent. Honestly, I wish it would just generally destroy them, like, right away. I don't get why that would be... why that wouldn't be a thing for every asteroid, right? Because it just... it's already not that great that you're forced to do that on planets. But at least on planets you have a little bit more control over it, over the whole process of actually destroying resource deposits, right? Okay, seriously, can I not turn that down? Let's see. What if I put this to like 30 or something? Oh yeah, I think that's actually better. The only thing that I fear now is that it probably decreased the volume of some effects that I actually want to hear louder by too much. Which, yeah, it's really a shame. Especially, you know why I find it so weird? Is because, you know, it really, really feels like they care about this game, right? I mean, clearly Hello Games cares about this game a lot. Considering the amount of resources that they've poured into it over the last 6 years. And considering all the sort of accessibility discussions and whatever things that have come up over the past couple of years, it just feels a little bit weird to me that they wouldn't actually consider, you know, adjusting options and whatnot more for what they're actually trying to do here. Like, I feel like the game is lacking a lot in terms of... I'm usually not, you know, I personally, even though that also comes from a point of ignorance, obviously, I'm personally not the most interested in accessibility options and whatnot. Because it just doesn't really... it doesn't have anything to do with me personally, right? But obviously that's a very ignorant position to take because there's a lot of people that actually do need them. And so, in that regard, obviously I'm for having as much accessibility in a game as possible in terms of those options. But, and that's kind of where I wanted to get with this, right? I feel like I was way too ignorant in the past about what those accessibility options could be. Because a lot of games in the past, especially on console, actually, you know, did have very limited options like No Man's Sky does here. Which is not okay, right, in any sort of regard. That's not okay to have such limited options. So, one really, really good thing that came out of the accessibility options, aside from obviously the better accessibility for people who really need it, is also that everybody else actually got a huge upgrade in terms of things that you can do with games, right? Because more often than not, accessibility options always also provide numerous other upgrades and things that you can actually do with your game beyond just, you know, making it more playable for people with disabilities, for example. And something like giving specific sound options for specific sound effects or cues and whatever have you, right, is definitely something that needs to be part of every game, honestly. Anomaly detector, great, another one of those. Alright, let me see. I still need more, holy shit. Let's analyze these ones, though. The good thing is... Oh yeah, no shot. I don't care about that. Sorry, but I have my own stuff to do right now. Suspicious package open. Oh, that's from the pirates, right? Pulse spitter module. See, these do look different. What the hell? I don't even know what the pulse spitter is, obviously. 384 nanites? Yeah, I'm definitely going to sell that. What the hell? So these do look different than your own packaged things. So why do these not show what kind of stats they actually have? That's so dumb. What the hell? Okay, I wanna... Oh no, never mind. That's more than enough tritium. Cool. Let's put that in here. That is cool, that's cool. Okay, that's more than enough tritium. I think I have more than enough gold and silver as well. I think I should have enough chromatic metal for this one. Why is there... What? Oh, space rescue, yeah, whatever. Wait, I need to craft 2 solar mirrors. Gold, silver... I need to find platinum. Rare interstellar mined from asteroids. Very occasionally found in underground planetary deposits. Okay, 2 solar mirrors. Let me double check. What do I need for those? That was here, right? Oh, I really don't need a lot for them. Okay. That does mean that I still need platinum, though. I wonder if I would be able to identify... So these are gold, right? I think? And then the blue ones are tritium. And the sort of more gray ones... So the brown ones I think are gold, the more gray ones are silver. I wonder if there's... Oh, that nebula looks cool. That's not new though, right? I think that was a thing that existed before. That's the planet that I took off from, right? Where's that one? Oh, I already discovered that. Well, let's see. Also, previously, I do remember at some point in the past, though maybe that's an upgrade that I don't have yet. Wasn't there something where you could actually look at your HUD at the top of the screen and identify where the planets are? Because I feel like I didn't really have to turn around this much to actually find planets that I haven't discovered yet when I was originally playing the game. Yeah, I definitely also don't know if there are ways to actually find platinum. Like if there's a way to specifically scan for it or something. Once I know what the asteroids with platinum in them look like, I can probably just specifically look for them. But since that's not really a thing yet... Okay, seriously, I guess that's a... Is that the planet that I originally wanted to go towards? Why is it not displaying what kind of planet that is? Oh, fuck. It just did. Undiscovered. Alright, let's go there then. Infested planet. Alright. Selenium, copper, phosphorus, sodium. Ankle. Why is it called ankle? Also, it now says unmapped. I think that's different to before, right? Didn't that originally say, like, undiscovered or something? Or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Pulse Strife is still absolutely destroying the bitrate of Twitch. Wow, that's a long journey. Pretty sure that I've already been to an infested planet. So I'm not entirely sure. I guess I'm just gonna, you know, whatever, take a look at this. And we'll see what we can find. Ooh. That looks interesting. I've definitely seen some of the plans before, but I don't think I've seen them actually glow like this. I still think, and I also heard a couple other people talk about that, I still think they should actually overhaul their random generation engine at this point. Because as cool as these planets look, it honestly feels like the game has... Well, it does have a lot of different planet types, right? I'm not saying that it's necessarily bad in that regard, but the core problem is that it has these... Well, I want to say like maybe 50... somewhere around that, maybe even 100 different planet structures, right? So it's an infested planet. There's all kinds of types of planets. I don't know how many there are, honestly. I'm sure that there are a couple of rare ones that I haven't seen yet. That being said, though, they really, like, they're really, really similar, right? Once you've seen one of them, other planets of the same vein just look fairly similar. They sometimes, very rarely, have cool combinations of things on them, right, that do make them unique, or more unique than others. But at the same time, sadly, they're all kind of the same, right? I mean, if you've seen an infested planet, you've seen an infested planet, more or less, right? They can still look pretty stunning. They can have their sort of own unique ways of, you know, displaying color and whatnot. Finally. But beyond that, it's really sadly not that much that's going on. Oh. They floated in the air for a second. It's a communication terminal, right? What? Why can I not... Is it not? Oh yeah, it is. I guess I was already too close for some reason. What the fuck? Sure. Cool. See, this is kind of what I mean, right? I mean, as cool as that is, not only have I seen that before, but it also doesn't really help that it disappears into the ground without leaving behind any sort of hole or, you know, like it just doesn't make any sense, is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, that definitely detracts from the coolness of the whole thing, right? I mean, this planet is actually fairly special. There are definitely some forms and weird plants and things here that I haven't seen before. But let me scan that. Oh, whatever. But, you know, at the same time, it's this sort of thing where, I don't know, I just feel like it should be... It should be more immersive than that, right? Maybe I'm demanding a little bit too much in that particular regard from the game. I feel like I'm not, though. I mean, see, the thing is, at this point in time, the, wait, mining beam, terrain manipulator. Kind of the problem for, oh, these look different now, I think. Or maybe not. No, I think I just hit it from a weird angle. You know, at this point in time, the problem that I personally have with No Man's Sky is actually kind of a very entitled one, in a certain way, because, well, they already had their redemption arc, right? So everything that they're doing now is just adding on top of an already existing, fairly well-received game, right? So I wish that they would actually focus on polishing whatever they add way more before implementing it. So as cool as those big monsters are, if they don't work, you know, in a way that actually makes sense, then why do they exist, right? Why haven't they, like, implemented them better? Also, by the way, the performance has gotten worse on PS5, I feel like, since the update. Only ever so slightly, but definitely noticeable. That's a bit concerning. It does look... I don't know if they increased draw distance, though. Something about it feels different. Maybe that's just the specific planet. It's also, is that dynamic resolution? Game feels much lower in terms of resolution than it did previously, I think. Maybe they did something weird there, I'm not entirely sure. Also, why the fuck does it take so long for my, why's my thermal protection? Did that get an upgrade? Do you not have to... Like, is it just way better than before now? Do you not have to get thermal protection upgrade, or do you not have to recharge it all that often? Or maybe I just don't remember how fast it declined. Is there anything that I can do here? Yeah, the performance is definitely way worse than before, especially when you're turning the camera somewhat quickly. Ooh, what the hell is happening here? The fuck is this? That's new? $131,000, holy shit. Oh, hello. Can I please scan you? Why doesn't it... Why wasn't I allowed to scan it? Also, the screen shake's kind of bad. Can you disable screen shake? I don't think so, right? It's probably not. Some frame rate log. What's that do, by the way? Oh my god! That locks it to 30? No, this is not 30. This is like 20 or something. Holy fuck! That looks way worse than Breath of the Wild on Wii U back in the day. Why is that an option? It doesn't even increase resolution for some reason. And it even decreases performance in the menu. What the hell? What is that option for? Oh, wait, HUD scale. I didn't notice that before. I think that's new. Wait, what does that do? Is it only the basic HUD or is it also the menu? I don't think it's the menu though. Is it the scanner though? Oh yeah, it is. That's cool then. I think that's new. Oh well, yeah, that's kind of bumming me out a little bit that the performance has gotten worse. It's because it's weird. Like, it wasn't a perfect 60 or anything before, but now it's got these minor sort of hiccups every now and again if you turn around quickly and whatnot. I don't think that it had that before on PS5. It's not a big deal overall. I'm usually not the type of person that really is bothered by that type of thing. Definitely not to the point of, not wanting to play or anything, but it's just noticeable, is all. Fuck, I wanted to do something. What did I want to do? Control, difficulty, video. I'm gonna keep that at 80. That's a new option, I'm pretty sure. Why does that not... Why can't you scale the fucking menu? Why is it only a HUD scale thing? That's really, really weird. Discoveries. Well, let's just upload everything that I found. Alright, 2 more planets to discover here. Well, how the hell do we get platinum? Let me see. Materials and items. Raw materials, exotic. Platinum. Gather platinum from asteroids. I kind of wanted to have a description instead of it being put onto my HUD, but alright. Platinum is found in rare crystalline asteroids. Rare asteroids are more common in some star systems than others. Huh. And how do I know which ones those are? I guess I would have to have some sort of scanner for that. Ore extraction satisfactory. Yeah, whatever that means. Well, that doesn't really tell me. That's a bit strange, right? Because the game specifically tells you what kind of materials you can gather on the different planets. But apparently it doesn't tell you what kind of other stuff you can get. Wait, is that the black market system that I've visited? Pretty sure it is, right? Yeah. Oh my god, this menu is so atrociously bad. I wish you could scale this one, right? I just want to have more stuff available. Oh, right, now I just remembered. Is it control options? Let's see. Cursor sensitivity. Let's put that at 20. Or maybe 25? I don't know. Does this actually do anything? Kinda? I wanted to increase this stuff slightly. Let's maybe keep that at 25. Ah, yeah, it kind of snapshots to menu items. That's why it feels weird. Oh, I hate that. Yet another thing that should be able to be disabled. The fucking snapping onto options. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, I guess I need to get lucky with the platinum. That's not platinum, right? Nope, it's not. Huh. Well, alright. Which ones are the planets that I haven't? I know that that's my capital ship. I want to take a look at the planets. Alright, you discovered this, you discovered this. You discovered this. That's the unknown one. Let's go there then. Oh, it's got aggressive sentinels as well. Ah, well, I don't need to be there for long. Well, one other unfortunate thing is that the sentinels were already pretty, not annoying to fight, but kind of pointless to fight, because they gave you really, really cool upgrades, but you can only use so much, right? And now you can use even less of those. So, at least currently, there isn't really any point to me actually fighting sentinels. So it's a little bit of a, you know, problematic thing for the game, right? Because it doesn't really encourage me to do anything. Oh, this looks really beautiful, though. I feel like they've definitely done some sort of graphical update. I can't really put my finger on it, but I think either they increased draw distance or something to that effect. Just ever so slightly, I don't know. Or maybe it's just that the more distant objects are well, do I really want to land at this point? It looks kind of not that great. It might just be that the sort of the LOD of the distant objects looks better now. Something like that. Yeah, the problem with the performance isn't even necessarily that it's worse than before, it's just that it's so inconsistent. So the game's kind of running at 60 frames, but it feels like every 2 seconds or something, it just drops a massive amount of frames for some reason. Alright, let's land here. Like, it's just, I don't know if it's coming across on stream all that well, but it's a very, very strange feeling, honestly. Let's just gather a couple things here and there. Oh, holy fuck! Why is there so many all of a sudden? It's only displaying one search point. I didn't realize that there would be so many of them right away. Just wanted to scan a couple of plans and whatnot. Just to have something scanned. Also, do you see that the locate platinum thing that's flashing in the bottom right of the screen? I feel like that's also a new bug. A new UI bug or something. $69,000, nice. Yeah, let's just quickly scan a couple things here. Just so that my visit isn't entirely pointless. Alright. Bye-bye. That is something, though, that is quite annoying, right? I actually, well, let me preface this by saying that I really like the addition of Sentinel starships, right? Those weren't a thing previously. It's pretty cool that they exist, because previously it was kind of dumb that you could literally just run away from the Sentinels by getting into your ship and start, launching, right? That it made the whole Sentinel thing even more pointless than it already is. So now it makes a whole lot more sense because they actually follow you into space. I just wish that they would have. Well, I don't know. The main problem is that space in general is still kind of a weird thing. I know I talked about that last time I streamed No Man's Sky, is that I feel like, for example, the asteroid fields should work more like they do in EVE Online, right? So they should basically... What I would like them to do is, if I look at... Where is it? If I look at discoveries, right? Instead of showing this weird map of the system that isn't really a map of the system, I wish they would actually display... Like, it's fine that they don't let you fly towards the star of the system, right? That's never been a thing in No Man's Sky, and it's fine that they don't let you do that. I don't really care about that. But I wish that this map would actually display the planets in like a better way, a more realistic way, right? Or not realistic, but just so that you can, at a glance, actually see, all right, that's roughly where the planet is in relation to where I'm currently at. So it would be cool, for example, if your location would actually pop up here, right, and saying, oh, you're like between these two planets currently. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a 3D render of the current system. That's overkill, I would say, but just like a rough sketch, basically, right? Just a rough map or something that shows you more clearly where you are, where the planets are, and what kind of stuff's in between. And it would be honestly really, really cool if there was a way to, for example, not only have the planets here, but also have asteroid belts in here, right? So if I wanted to gather platinum, for example, I could scan the whole system for a rare asteroid belt, and maybe it would display it here, right? So you could... EVE Online actually does have like cool UI stuff that lets you specifically scan certain areas of the current system you're in for like expeditions and whatnot. It's been a long time since I played it, right? But just, it doesn't need to be overly complicated or anything. Just a basic sort of thing where I could, maybe there would be an upgrade or something, right? A specific scanner that you could install in your ship, and it would allow you to basically click on this map somewhere or something, and it would scan the, I don't know, the what's it called? Like maybe planets with rings or something, right? Because those, in theory, are asteroids that are flying around the planet, right? But then there could also be just random asteroid fields in the system itself. And then you could specifically locate them. They would show up in your HUD, and they would let you pulse drive to them, right? And then you could mine them. And depending on how good your installed technology is, you would be able to specifically look for rare materials, and it would just in general increase your scanner range or what have you, right? I really, really wish that would be a thing, because that's the one, like, the reason why they have asteroids pop up randomly. Well, first of all, it's much easier to implement, but second of all, you have to have tritium in order for your pulse drive to work, which is a problem, right? I wish what they would do instead is that maybe if you get stranded, right? So if you forget to pack enough tritium for your journey in order to fill up your pulse drive, if you get stranded, maybe there's like a funny system where somebody hauls you back to the space station or something, and it costs you money. And if you don't have enough money, it will basically put up like a mortgage or something like that, right? Like a credit that you have to pay back eventually to the space station or whatever, right? It shouldn't be something that they force the player to do, but it should be somewhere in the background, right? So if you never pay it, that would still be fine, but it adds a little bit more to the immersion of the game, and I feel like that would actually make it more interesting. Because that's, in conjunction with the fact that the whole random generation engine isn't really that interesting, or not as interesting as it could be, in my opinion. The same holds true for the systems. I do know that they specifically designed the systems to be not really on a realistic scale, which is fine, right? I mean, it's completely fine that the planets are smaller than real planets and that you can't actually go to the sun and fly by it. It's not EVE Online in that regard, but I still think you could do way more with this. So yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that they're not really taking full advantage of all the systems they have. All right, that's the other one. A decaying nuclear planet. I could probably grab some uranium, although it's not strictly necessary. Oh, wait, before I land though, how do I do that? Before I land, let me actually quickly take a look at the galaxy map. Because one thing that I don't remember is where my specific mission objectives and whatnot are. So the red one would be the next... No, that's not an Atlas station. That's my current mission objective, right? Why can I not actually select that? Okay, yeah, the Atlas station is still very far away, the next one. A Quark 12. Is that not where I came from at some point? I feel like I've already been to that system, honestly. Let me very quickly... What is that sound? Ooh, that's kind of frightening, honestly. Okay, speak to a Viking cartographer. Locate a Viking system on the galaxy map. Yeah, that's one system over, right? Wait, is it? Have I been there? I don't remember. A Quark 12? I don't think I've been there. No, I haven't. Alright. Right. I think that was the mission that I originally wanted to do because it's one system over from this one, right? And there was something else that I needed to do in this one. And the next Atlas interface, that's way further away, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So I'm not gonna do that. Okay, cool. So that's kind of the thing that I want to do in the long run, right? Is speak to a Viking cartographer. And before I want to do that, I wanted to install this one, and I also want to go back to my base. So I can always warp back to this system, right? I just need to remember which one it is. The problem with the cargo scan deflector, though, is that I wouldn't be able to install it, right? Unless I can actually buy a new technology slot at the space station. I wonder how that works now, because maybe with the update they kind of reset where you already bought upgrades. Might not be a thing though. We'll see. Wait, can I... Is there not a way to actually look at that? Raw materials exotic. Locate substance. It's actually not getting me more info on that one. The problem is, as I said, right, there isn't really any way to properly look for it in space. I feel like you're really just sort of flying around a little bit aimlessly, hoping to just come across an asteroid belt randomly. What, Leto Prime? That's a weird name. Honestly, maybe I even remember what these asteroids looked like, now that I think about it. Weren't there asteroids that had sort of something that kind of looked a little bit akin to ice crystals or something stuck out of their rock? I think those were platinum asteroids. Yeah, it's not that one though. Yeah, stuff like this is actually really... Well, it just kind of halts your progress, right? Because that's sort of my current objective that I set for myself is, oh, I want to find platinum, right? I want to build this cargo scan module, but I just can't. Because the game's not letting me find platinum. And there's apparently no way to specifically look for it, so... That is definitely an issue. Anyways, let's look at the planet first. Oh, hello. That's a crashed freighter. Oh, the perfect landing spot, I guess. Oh, let's see what we can find. Radioactive damp. This is still way too long, by the way. That's another thing, right? Where I always ask myself, like, what the hell is going on at Hello Games? Like, how are they developing this? Because it's pretty cool that you get this sort of introduction to a planet, right? So you get introduced to the planet, they tell you, oh, you know, this is the flora, fauna, you know, that's the kind of sort of system that it is. That's cool. I don't really understand why they show you the information for like a brief period of time. It's, I don't know, 5 seconds at most, something like that. And then for some weird reason, they still keep the big black bars at the top and bottom of the screen, and your UI is hidden for that period of time. But the black bars are there way too long, right? Way longer than the actual interesting information about the planet you've just landed on. So I don't really get why that's a thing. Data stamp 2967.5. Viking have left the council. We knew that they would. Only 2 other species remain, the Gek and the Korvax, and us, I. It's strange, but somehow I trust the warriors more for their honesty. No one wants this alliance. Entities Nada and Polo have been located in the next system. Oh, so they've already been around here, huh? They appear to be alien to this universe, their structure suggesting a disturbance of dimensional boundaries. We intercepted the coming and going of no less than 5,182 travelers within a single week. They grow in strength. The space anomaly is right ahead of us. It's strange, but I feel as if that is impossible. The dream of a fool. We only have one life to live. Yeah, there's some multiverse stuff going on here, but I don't know. It's not really interesting enough. How do I locate... Oh, right, like this. Completely forgot about that. Oh, faster. See what we get. These ones can't be opened? Okay. Starship launch fuel.
Radiation protection falling.
I should probably take a look at my inventory. Oh well, still somewhat fine.
Radiation leak detected. Radiation protection falling.
Let's recharge that real quick. Do I want to put some stuff in my spaceship, by the way? Probably this one, Starship launch fuel. Other stuff is fine here. I mean, the more you interact with it, the more I do have to say that aside from that weird technology, or legacy technology problem that they introduced for some reason, the new inventory is definitely better than the old one. But it also shows how rarely they actually do something like this. Like, the game needs way, 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 way more of these quality of life upgrades, and just in general, upgrades to its UI, to its sort of core systems that have already been there for a very long time, right? And also, it doesn't look that great, right? The fact that these numbers have these weird shadows below them that just feel misaligned. There's all kinds of jankiness going on that honestly feels like it's not even been tested properly. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why that's a thing, right? How can that happen? And then again, like, performance is way worse. The resolution's definitely a lot lower than it was previously. It's sort of all over the place, right? It's like they're taking like 5 steps forward and 4 steps backwards at the same time. That's such a weird way of designing games. Again, it just.
Radiation damage detected.
Oh wait, do I need to?
Radiation
Oh,
protection falling.
is it not automatically recharging?
Radiation damage detected.
Train manipulate? Why can I not? Is that a bug? Oh, wait, it didn't recharge because it was in my menu? Didn't it always do that while you're in your menu? I thought the game wasn't actually pausing. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, it needs so much more updates like that, and I don't know why they're not doing that. The problem is also that it takes so long, right? I mean, as great as it is to see what they've introduced over the years, right? That's really, really cool. The downside to it is that you kind of get these upgrades once a year to No Man's Sky, right? And if they don't have what you're looking for, or if they actually, for example, make the performance worse again, or what?
Radiation protection falling.
I think that's a bug. It just immediately completely got rid of my radiation protection, I think. Great.
Radiation damage detected.
Cool, so now the game's also buggy. Also, for some reason, I can't properly recharge that anymore, it seems. Exosuit. Oh. Oh, never mind. It got damaged. I didn't realize. Huh. So now, I guess it got damaged when I opened up the containers from the freighter? I mean, it must have, right? Okay, well, I guess... Where the fuck do I get ferrite dust from?
Radiation damage detected. Radiation damage detected.
Um... Give me more ferrite dust!
Radiation damage detected.
Is that already enough? What's in here? Ah, perfect. Alright. Let's repair it then.
Technology repaired.
Huh. That is strange though. So it's not really buggy, more so that the UI doesn't display that properly, because it shouldn't have recharged at all, right, when it was critically damaged. So it should have shown that to me. Alright. Well, guess I should definitely gather more ferrite dust then. In case that happens again, huh? Alright. What the heck is this one?
Units received.
See, that's another thing that I dislike. Why can I not scan these? I get it from a technical perspective. This is sort of just background, right? This just gets loaded in because it's supposed to make the planet look more interesting, right? And more like it's actually it actually has a bunch of plants and whatnot on it. But it's so inconsistent, right? Like, if you have a problem with that, if you have a problem with resources or, like, on a technical level, if those things would also be part of the whole scanning thing and whatnot, just overhaul that system completely. That is one of the biggest, or that is part of my biggest complaint about the whole how planets get generated thing, right? Because there are all these little bits and pieces. I still think, because that's how we thought it would originally work, I still think that instead of all the planets having, for some reason, unique stone structures and whatnot, I wish they would have literally just implemented the actual elements and whatnot that we have, because they're already kind of in the game, right? Like, we get oxygen and whatnot, so molecules and all that stuff that you can actually gather. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense that you have, like, basic stones or these weird sort of stone things, like little stones and whatnot on planets, and every single planet has their own unique name for them, and you have to scan them every time, right? It just kind of doesn't make sense. If they're the same structure, if they're made out of the same materials, they should be the same material, right? And then obviously you can still get, like, rare substances or rare stuff that has multiple different things within it or something, right? There's all kinds of stuff that you can still do. Like, I'm not saying that the game should be, you know, I'm not saying that the game should be more boring or something. Okay, did it damage that again? No, still looks fine. I'm not saying that the game should be, just shouldn't have this sort of uniqueness anymore on every planet. I want to make it more unique through basically excluding the stuff that's not unique, right? Because all these little bits and pieces, all these stones, like that are very much exactly the same on every planet, on not every planet, but most planets. You get the point, right? If you remove their uniqueness, I feel like it would actually elevate whenever you find something that is truly unique, right? And that way you could also get rid of the whole strangeness of not being able to scan these base plants, but being able to scan some random stone, right? That's another thing there. Yeah. So many improvements that could still be made to this game, and yet they're not really doing them at all. Which, as I keep saying, is really, really unfortunate. And yeah, the biggest issue obviously being that they're also taking steps backwards, like the performance, for example. Oh, oops. Warp cell.
Radiation protection falling.
And that was number, what? 4, right? Oops. Wait, where is it? Ah, there it is. Also, this gets old fast with the freighters, right? Because these things are always at the same spots.
Radiation leak detected.
Please don't tell me it's damaged again. That's fine. Alright, one thing remains. I mean, it's a big help, for example, right? With the 500 stack on this one, for example, it's so much more friendly to exploration, I guess. Because otherwise it would take up another slot. This is just a cell, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And then also now it actually does refill while I'm in the menu, so they thankfully didn't change that. There's the last one. Also, the texture on these freighters is still pretty poor. The sound that it makes when the radiation levels are stabilizing is actually freaking me out a little bit. It sounds like you're doing, well, not doing something wrong, but as if something really mysterious is happening. I don't know. Well, that wasn't really worth it. Didn't actually get anything from this, right? Well, nothing interesting anyways. It was mainly a couple of warp cells that I don't need anyways, because I'm not warping that much. Starship launch fuel. I think that's about it. Well, and the unstable gel, apparently. Let's just quickly take a little bit of another look at the surroundings, and then...
Radiation protection falling.
How did I scan that? I didn't even see it.
Units received. Radiation protection falling. Units received.
Oh, that's not the same thing?
Units received.
Okay then.
Units received. Units received.
Holy shit, that's a bunch of different ones for some reason.
Radiation protection falling.
Also, I feel like the scan detection is sometimes strange. Sometimes it lets you scan stuff, sometimes it doesn't. It's very inconsistent.
Radiation damage detected.
Okay, well then. That's this planet done. Hmm. Still somewhat frustrating that I'm not able to actually gather platinum though. Let's maybe take a quick look at the space station. I just want to make sure that there's nothing really new there, especially in terms of potentially also buying technology slots and whatnot. So previously what you could do, which was also really, really strange, right? So you got one exosuit upgrade per system. And you could decide whether or not to get a general slot, a technology slot, or a cargo slot. And the technology slots were the least good ones, right? Because you could also install technology in your general tab. So there wasn't really any point to specifically get the technology slots. I just wanted to have them for convenience to put my technology in there so that I didn't have to, you know, actually sort through that every time, right? So that it wasn't annoying me. But for some awkward reason, the technology slots were always the most expensive. So that was pretty weird, honestly, that was a thing. Oh, my fucking rocket launchers are damaged. Okay, so that's the thing now, apparently. So these starships can also damage your ship more easily than before. Well, now I definitely want to get the, what's it called? The deflector scan thing. Holy fuck. It's also pretty expensive, honestly. I don't even have copper. Wait, why do I not have copper? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, that's annoying. Oh, space station proximity. Okay, there's no... Pretty sure there isn't any platinum here, right? Okay, yeah, that's... What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Well, I guess I shouldn't do that again. Okay, is that something you can change in options? Not that I necessarily want to, but survival elements, natural sprinting, scanner recharge damage, or technology damage. Install technology modules and hand and protect the exosuit, starship, and exocraft. However, extreme environmental and combat conditions can cause these modules to become damaged. Setting scales the probability of breakages to install technology when receiving damage. So I could turn that off if I wanted to. Let's leave it on for now, but I do feel like that can be something that... See, they never really learn. That's the biggest... Like, that's the problem, right? Like, that was one of the biggest criticisms that the game received at launch, is that it had all these weird systems in it that just kept you grinding for the sake of grinding. So, you needed to, you know, like, fuel your starship to then be able to gather more fuel. Like, it was really, really bad. I guess I already talked to these guys, yeah. Also, that's why there's so many bugs in this game. The HUD shouldn't display the frickin' radiation stuff anymore. But yeah, that is something that they did from the beginning, right? So you had these weird things of, oh, you need to gather materials in order to be able to gather more materials, right? It was really dumb, honestly. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense. And sadly, that still seems to be a thing. Let's actually sell these. It's worth quite a bit. Because that's just dumb, right? The fact that I flew into one frickin' asteroid and it immediately took out my pulse drive. So now how the fuck am I supposed to even get to a planet to gather the stuff that I need in order to repair it? I just realized isn't that a little bit of a problem? Oh wait, I still have a repair kit, I just realized. Hopefully I didn't need that for anything else. I definitely still need these. Yeah. True, I could probably... Let me see. Can I, like... Where the fuck is it? Can I not use the repair kit for that? Is that on a thing that I can do? Oh wait, it's not actually the pulse drive, it's just the upgrade for it. Oh my god, that's dumb. And it also requires wiring loom. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I have this stuff in my base, so I just could go and grab it, but it's still... That's just unnecessary. Well, I guess it makes it more worth it to actually get out of sight of the... Oh, now it says apply repair kit. So you can... Oh, that's how that works. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's this weird situation where I actually appreciate that that's a thing now, right? Because, well, that functionality was in the game, but it was only ever used for if you found a new starship, which didn't really make that much sense to begin with. Or rather, it was just sort of, you found starships and you just didn't repair them, and you can instantly dismantle them. They can still be summoned, even though they're still, like, they're not even repaired, right? It's all this stuff that just doesn't really fit together all that well. So it's kind of cool that they're now using this damage technology function for actually damaging your technology actively, right? It's a good idea in general. I just feel that they probably went a little bit overboard in terms of probability. Because if stuff gets destroyed every time you engage in battle with a starship or something, that's kind of dumb. Like, I think it would be fine, right, if they delete or if they reduce your deflector shield to 0 all the way, and then every time you lose one of your life points, a technology gets damaged, something like that, right? Because that would also give the whole thing more legitimacy, right? It would actually tell the player, oh, if this specific thing happens, right, if you let your deflector shield run out or get to 0 or whatever, then you risk damaging components of your ship, right? Now, maybe the probability might have something to do with that. I don't know. Obviously, this definitely needs more testing, but currently it just feels like they definitely went overboard in terms of the probability of that happening. Like, the fact that the freighter, for example, when I opened up those cargo containers, the fact that it destroyed my hazard protection, also kind of a neat idea. But again, same problem. If the stuff that you get from those freighters is worth less than the time you spend repairing your stuff that possibly gets broken from that, it's kind of a problem, right? Okay. 18 million for an additional storage unit. Which probably means either technology or cargo? Or can you not actually upgrade the technology slots? How does that work? I'm actually kind of impressed that the game remembers all the aliens that I already talked to, even after the upgrade. It's not as bad as I thought. Well then, I guess I'll quickly warp back to my base to grab the materials that I need in order to, who are you? You're a traveler, right? Why does it not display, what? Ah, talk to you? Are you a ghost? Wait, is he? No. I can walk through all of them. That is strange that I cannot talk to them. Huh. I just need to remember the current system that I'm in. I am in Aduman Ektya. Okay. I should probably also return to my freighter at some point. Wait. Never mind. The freighter is able to also access my storage units. I think I only built the first 2 storage units on my freighter, though. So I wouldn't be able to access the 3rd one, potentially. Let's actually see if my base still looks the same. I just never trust updates and upgrades like these. Oh yeah, I guess it does. Cool. And it still has the same bug. I wonder why that's a thing. That is so strange, right? Oh well. I have to fix that at some point. Holy shit, alright. So these now have 50 slots instead of 20. That's pretty crazy. Okay, I think I need cadmium, I need copper. What else? I think there was something else that I needed. Deuterium. Right, right. That should work. Repair. Repair. Well, I just need to remember all the stuff that I use up and remember to fill it up again, I guess. Alright, let's put the cadmium in here. Let's put the copper back. So I definitely still have enough copper. Well, that's activated cadmium. I need more normal cadmium again, then. Oh, you know what? I could probably just put these in here then, right? I don't need to keep them in my inventory all the time until I actually get the upgraded slots. I guess that would be a neat idea. Yeah. Definitely gives me way more room in my inventory. Storm crystal. Why are the warp cells in here? Huh. It's actually a bunch of stuff. The salvage data I'm gonna keep. The navigation data I'm gonna keep as well. The hydrogen jelly I just need. What did I put in here? Other. Oh yeah, that's like the plants and whatnot. Okay, that makes sense. So that can go in here. Anything else that I can still store? For some reason, this still doesn't allow you to put stuff from your starship directly in storage. I mean, I think in theory your freighter lets you do that. It's still insanely weird that this doesn't. So let's put this into the... gonna keep this, gonna keep this, gonna keep that. Guess I can move that to my... Yeah, honestly, the amount of room that I now have is pretty insane. All things considered, right? Wait, how do I actually sell this? Or do I have to just discard it in order to get the nanites? Sell at specialist technology merchants. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't actually have platinum in here, right? Let's move this over. Wait, didn't I move the, Wait, what? Feeding creatures. Oh. Why the fuck? Game, just because I accidentally click on a creature doesn't mean that I want to feed it. Okay, never mind. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't have platinum, unfortunately, right? Oh, I do, but only 47. And I need, what, like 230 or something? Gather or refine platinum, 220. Wait, refine? How do I refine platinum? Is that a thing? I guess I need to... Simple refiner, complex. I guess I need to find out how that works then? It's not a thing that I just know. Well, I mean, that doesn't really help. Fuck. Um, how would you refine platinum, though? How would that work? I mean, let's maybe take a look at what gold turns into. Pyrite, okay. Can I just add silver, or does that not work? Platinum. Whoa, so gold and silver just gets converted to platinum, and it's even like a 1-to-1 rate. Well, technically a 1-to-2 because you need both gold and silver. That is cool. Let's do that then. Much easier than having to collect it. Okay, magnetized ferrite, and then I could put. Where's my rusted metal? Not the viscous stuff. There it is. Ferrite dust. Portable refiner. Oh, that needs fuel. Never mind. Well, that's awesome then. That's really, really cool. I didn't realize that would be a thing. So I guess there's probably all kinds of recipes then, right? In order to grab or refine things. I guess you can probably refine most of the stuff that you can find in-game as well. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Abandon the search. Right, it said that my base computer should have new stuff for me. So let's take a look at that. I didn't know that there were more archives. Archive for user iteration lost unavailable. Possible remote terminus backup available. Follow coordinates. Alright. I thought I had already done that at some point. Off-world archive. Galaxy map. Alright, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Not now anyways. Oh yeah, the Gravitino ball. That should be... Who wanted that? Wait. Tell me who wants that. I said 2 different menus. Return to the Overseer, alright. Wait, I had the Gravitino ball in my inventory the entire time though. Shouldn't it have automatically changed the mission, the objective to returning to the Overseer right away? Did you enjoy your adventure, friend? Your expedition to find our orb? I've waited for you faithfully. There's something about the way Salesgek Grisk speaks that, for all their kind words, suggests a resentment saved only for the deepest of enemies. But they would not have come to work here if we were enemies. Of course not, we are friends. The fuck is that supposed to mean? The Overseer asks for the Gravitino ball so they can finish the Starship technology design. As ever, I'm so grateful for your assistance, alright? Emerald Drive. Cool. I can actually craft that already. I don't have a technology slot for it, though. Have you ever wondered what happens after death? Between exploration and rebirth, meditate upon annihilation. Harvest Mordite from the dead. It is the only way to escape. What the fuck? Since the Overseer arrived, I have had a recurrent dream, a nightmare that feels like a memory, flesh merged with metal, a world of glass that blinks, a planet with green skies and an obsidian moon, a dream where I see my grave. As I snap back to reality, there is a moment before I can shake the image, that wound on the world lingering before my eyes. The Overseer asks me to harvest Mordite, a material found in the bodies of slain creatures. Okay. The Overseer has served me well. Perhaps their task will free my mind from these lingering nightmares. These missions are so freaking strange. What is the point of these missions? They don't even really tell you any sort of specific story. I feel like they're always sort of trying to suggest that something bigger is going on for some reason, but pretty much fail to do that, honestly. I don't know, it's really, really weird. Alright, let's put this stuff in. I can't combine the two, right? I think I tried that at some point. Oh, wait, it just... Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, sure. Can I craft the 2 solar mirrors that I need? Okay. That way I already have them. I have the platinum, so now the only thing I still need are the 2... Oh, wait, it just automatically changed that. Expanding the base, gather more diet. Grow and harvest Gravitino hosts. Can I already do that? Or have I already done that? Selenium. Fungal mold. Wait, since when is that a thing? You see that? Like it stops on the... Oh, well, whatever. I really like this base. Gamma root. Oh yeah, there it is. Gravitino something. Oh wait, that just gives you a Gravitino ball? Okay. Guess might as well just sell that Gravitino ball then? Does that make sense? Or do I still need them for something else? Wait, where is it? Did the game automatically put it into my starship or something? Yeah, it did. And then, how does that work? It automatically stacks into my starship, but at the same time, you can't get it back? What was that about? Oh yeah, that's a beautiful camera perspective. I know that sound anyway. You carry Gravitino balls, do you not? Yeah, give them one. It is like greeting an old friend. Let me see them. Truly wondrous blood traveler. Echidno cactus. Pyrite and cactus flesh. Wait, pyrite I can refine out of platinum, right? Wait. Not platinum. Fuck. What did I put in there? Was it platinum? We've seen so much life in frost and heat, nuclear winter, toxic wastelands. You should know by now that no world is truly barren, friend, even if there seem to be few signs of life. Take the Echidnocactus, for example. They are found on otherwise barren worlds, waiting for their moment to thrive. Just think of what they will become in this superior environment. Prospector Utbed wishes for me to cultivate Echidnocactus, a plant that usually grows on barren worlds. Alright. I look forward to the results, friend. Cool. Can I actually craft another one of these pad things? How do I access that again? Because I do have cactus flesh. Metal plating and pure ferrite. Well, I definitely have that. Do I want to put it here, though? I mean, it will kind of work, right? Not necessarily what I planned for this, for this base, but do I want to put it on the outside? I mean, in theory, I could put 2 other ones here, right? Oh, well, then again, there's so much space here. Why not put it here? What did it say? Pure ferrite and 4 metal plating. Man, I do very much like the The inventory space, though. 4 metal plating. I have more than enough ferrite dust anyways from the rusted metal, right? What was the other one? Pure something? Oops. Wrong thing. Pure ferrite, yeah. Why is it displaying new stuff? I already had these. Oh, small paving. Can you, like... Oh, yeah, you can. Huh. Guess I'm gonna do that eventually. Okay, so... yeah. Okay, so the gold turns into pyrite. Let's just refine a little bit of that just so that I have it. And the ferrite dust turns into pure ferrite. So let's do that real quick. I might need another solar panel. And or battery. Let's see, power grid, 66 kp used. I think I'm actually producing way more than that though, right? Should be able to do that, honestly. See, I also wish there was a way. I mean, maybe there is. It would be cool if you could build some sort of... Well, electrical fence sounds kind of brutal, but some sort of shield technology that would keep animals out of your base. I feel like that would be a neat idea. Okay, that's pyrite. Let's continue with this for the time being then. Mold. Great. I already completely forgot what I was meant to do. Ferrite. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for the pure ferrite so that I can get the growable plant thingies. Let's move these over here. These ones as well. Yeah, so I'm pretty certain that I'm able to access these storage containers from my freighter, right? I think I still need to place the third one on my freighter though, because I have storage containers 0, 1, and 2, right? Okay, that's the cactus flesh. What was the other thing? Pyrite, right? So let me grab that real quick. But yeah, I do have to say the inventory upgrades are already pretty great. Especially for these storage containers. I feel like that's probably the biggest or best thing that they did. Because, like, look at how big they are compared to your exosuit and whatnot, right? It just makes sense that they would actually hold a whole bunch of stuff. And I have to say that originally I was pretty annoyed by these only holding 20 slots because it doesn't even really allow you to properly organize your stuff. That's probably my biggest annoyance that I had with them, right? Because as you can see, like I have other, I have components, and I have elements. The problem is the game has way more elements than 20, right? So if you want to sort of combine them into storage containers, of course you could just say, all right, maybe the first 3 storage containers are all for elements, right? But I just like the idea of having it more organized so that at a glance you know which one has what in it. So that already makes way more sense than what it had, or what was going on previously, right? Thankfully. Okay, let's build the thing. This one. Is it the correct way around? I think it's literally just... It looks the same from all sides, right? Built. And then wiring. Where was the wiring again? Electrical wiring. I think they changed the way the wires look, right? I just hope that this doesn't actually cost me too much power. Because that would be kind of bad. 86k. Time until drain 10 minutes. I hope that's correct. I need to... Don't these produce like 75 per unit or something? Or even more than that? Because as long as I'm producing more than double the amount during daytime, it should be fine, right? Okay. Let's put that one in here then. Already returned to him? I thought you have to harvest him first. Must have bloomed by now. Is it ready, friend? Hand in cactus flower. Oh. Yeah, sure. I only have 2 plants left to show you. Your training is almost complete, friend. I'm so proud. Star bramble. Star bulb and paraffinum. Do I have that? I want to share something with you, something beautiful beyond compare. Star bulbs are grown from the rarest star brambles found on lush worlds unspoiled by war or death. This is why I wanted to become a farmer, to tend to such sublimity. Prospector Utbed wishes for me to use the hydroponics tray to grow star brambles. Sure. Excellent. I must go and speak to the overseer. Apparently they are unhappy with my performance. Perhaps this crop will change their mind. What is the frickin' overseer doing? Like, don't treat my workers poorly. Wait, I have 106. That would be enough. Wait, let me just grab it real quick. I don't know whether or not I have star bulb. I do. Cool. Easy enough. Must have gathered that at some point in the past. Yeah, it kind of trivializes these missions a little bit if you've already gathered a bunch of stuff in the past, right? Also, why do I only oh, no, never mind. That's more than enough silver. Also, I already crafted the frickin' solar mirrors. I completely forgot. Let's actually put the silver and gold back in here. And the pyrite as well. Don't think I need that one either. As long as I need that. Okay. Let's see, I haven't overlooked anything, right? Star bramble. Oh, what? Oh, that was the weird squid things that still fly through my base. Well, I guess eventually I'm gonna, build a new base somewhere. This was such a cool idea, right? To build the base like really close to the edge of the water on like my own personal island. Such a neat idea, but sadly it doesn't really allow me to, or rather, well, it's just weird because the creatures are all running around here, and then at the same time these weird tentacle things fly out of or bug out of the water and, come into my base the entire time. Oh! By the way, didn't they also introduce new autosaves or something? Autosave, restore point, rename current save. So I'm pretty sure that it just autosaves automatically every time, right? You can't even turn that off, I think. I wonder when it actually autosaves now. Because I'm pretty sure in the patch notes, well, or rather on the overview website, right, where it said, or where it listed all the new stuff that they did, it sounded like the game now just constantly saves. I'm pretty sure. I kind of hope that it actually does that. Hopefully. We'll see though. Because previously it only ever saved when you exited your ship. Like the way autosave worked previously in No Man's Sky was really, really weird, right? Because if you, well, it kind of functioned in a way where you forgot about it for the most part, unless the game actually crashed and then you realized how weird it was, right? Because if you were getting in and out of your ship very frequently, it wasn't really a big deal at all. But if you were like gathering stuff on a planet or in space, you could literally lose, I don't know, 30 minutes or even more than that, right? It was just kind of strange that in theory it could automatically save every time, and it didn't even take time. That was the weirdest thing, right? So you just exited your starship and it would autosave, and aside from the UI prompt that told you that it autosaved, it didn't really impact the game at all, right? So I was always kind of confused why they didn't just autosave automatically, like every minute or something. But maybe for some reason that would have impacted performance more or something? I don't know. Mordite route. I cannot pretend to be a farmer anymore. The overseer has made it clear. I must be as the others of my species are. I must trade, sell, accumulate. But I will make a final meal before I leave, traveler. The overseer requested it. A dish made from Mordite root, the death element. Go. Grow this final crop. Prospector Utbed wishes for me to use the hydroponics tray to grow Mordite roots. The overseer asked for one last meal with me before I go. I must ready myself. Good luck, friend. What the fuck is going on? Don't leave. Again, they make it seem as if whatever's going on there in terms of the mission is way more important than it actually is. I don't know. That is so strange. Hello. Why is this one buggy? It doesn't always display the frickin'... Ah, well, whatever. Can I actually... I have a bunch of salvage data, right? I don't fully remember what I actually wanted to unlock next, though. Should probably wait before I spend that. Oh, right, I need to grab more Mordite. Pretty sure that I have a lot of it. Wait, do I? I could literally just, as much as it pains me to admit that, but I could literally just kill... Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, I have so much because the weird flesh ball things that I killed here actually give me Mordite every time I run into them, right? So, in a sense, I always kill them on accident. Well, all of you were lucky. I don't need to kill you in order to continue with the mission. Okay. Return to the farmer. Well, that was a lot more, a lot quicker than I thought it would be, in terms of how well the missions went. You've mastered so much of the botanical art, my friend. To see that others understand its virtues, well, it gives me hope. It is a pity you can digest so little of your own produce, but creating life is its own reward, is it not? The farmer has no more tasks for me. They tell me that the contract is at an end and that they will be returning to Gek territory. As they discuss their leaving plans, they watch the ceiling carefully. It is unclear what they are looking at. Suddenly, Prospector Utbed grabs me, telling me not to trust the Overseer, that their fellow Gek may not even be a Gek at all. They seem to suggest that their food was somehow drugged. What the fuck is going on with the Overseer? What the hell? But this can't be true. I've shared meals with the Overseer. Have I? And I'm fine. They would never do anything to harm any of us. The Overseer only wants what is best. No? How do I know that? A moment later, the farmer stopped speaking. They assured me they were just joking and begged me not to speak of this matter again. Are you alright? They claim that they are, their eyes glistening in the darkness of the base. Okay, that was strange. What the fuck is going on with this guy? If you have any memories of the blink between cycles, the brief infinity between life and rebirth, I doubt it, friend, few do. I do not want to make of Salesgate Grisk's question. They know my answer already, I feel, and are not interested in what I have to say. Return the question. The Overseer laughs, their beak clicking as it opens and shuts. Okay. Yeah, again, I really don't know what the fuck to make of that. Charge rate, 114 kps. That's... Wait, that's the charge rate. But it says 200 available. It's 50 per solar panel, right? Yeah. So in theory that should be enough, unless the batteries don't have enough storage capacity? Time until charge 2 minutes. Should be fine. Alright, can I refine this into something? I should probably test that, right? Okay, I don't need that. What was this again? Nothing. Wait, didn't I do something with the rest of the meaty chunks, though? I guess I always sold them. Maybe. And this? Does this turn into something? Carbon. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But you want to have the... I'm pretty sure you want to have all the plant materials to craft, right? Because you can... Instead of refining, you can actually craft material to sell. Like the weird gel that I sold earlier. Okay, let's put the rest of the metal, rusted metal in here. Definitely want to have more ferrite dust if that is potentially needed to repair materials and whatnot. Well, does this turn into anything useful? Oh, dihydrogen. Huh. Yeah, sure, why not? It's one stack too many anyways. Wait. Does he have a new quest? I'm not feeling like myself, Traveler. I do not think I should go. Not just yet. Yes, that's right. I will stay. The farmer appears to be refusing to leave, despite a lack of continued payment or directives from the Overseer. They spend their days tending my crops, no longer proposing any tasks. They claim they have nowhere else to go. Smile at them. Prospector Oatbed smiles back, happy to be here among their plants. Okay. Yeah, that's... I don't know. These missions... I actually appreciate them quite a bit, honestly. They try to do something with them, right? They kind of try to do something cool with these missions and actually, like, give you a reason to care for these people. But at the same time, not really. Like, I don't know. That whole setup with them giving out missions and whatnot, I feel like doesn't work as well as it should. Because, well, it's largely for tutorial purposes, if you will, right? Like it's mainly there to show you what you can do, show you what you can craft, and give you specific crafting blueprints, essentially, right? But wait, why did I store this? Oh, I guess because I already have this one. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it's a sort of problem where I feel like how do I put this? It's too involved for a tutorial, right? Like, with too involved, I don't mean that it's too challenging or too annoying or too long or something like that. It's more so that it's kind of a tutorial that tries to tell a story at the same time. And therefore, it kind of fails at both, right? Because it's being a tutorial that is... Well, it is teaching you stuff, right? And it's teaching you blueprints and whatnot, and in this particular case, how to craft these plans and what have you. But I feel like this sort of added on story component kind of detracts from what they want you to do, right? It's not presented as a tutorial, even though it is. So that's very, very strange. And then the problem is, because it's also a tutorial at the same time, and it has these fetch quests and stuff where it just basically tells you, oh, hey, by the way, you can grow plants and whatnot, right? That then, in turn, distracts from the story they're trying to tell. If they're really trying to tell one. I don't know. It's a very, very... You know... It's this thing where it's not really telling a story. Like, it tells you just enough for you to be interested in it and kind of want to know what's going on. But at the same time, it also doesn't tell you enough to where you can actually be invested in it, right? And then these characters just look like random... Oh, was I hit again by something? Yeah. These characters literally just look like random NPCs that you find on any space station, right? Which doesn't really help their case. It just kind of makes it more... I don't know. It's just... It's just something where I wish they would have... Wait, why doesn't it stack automatically? That was weird. It's definitely something where I wish they would have just either invest more time into actually writing the story in a way where it makes sense, right, and is cohesive and actually something that the player would be interested in following, or don't do it and present it as a normal tutorial, right? Either or, but sort of weird in-between stuff where it's not really doing either all that well definitely is an issue, right? It's just not the way it should be, I feel like. I don't know. Once again, it's a sort of, it's an example of No Man's Sky being more than it needs to be. Like, it's trying to be more than it actually needs to be in this particular situation. I would have been completely fine with these things literally just being fetch quests that tell you, oh, hey, by the way, you can grow crops, you can build this, you can build that, you can attack outposts with weapons and whatnot, right? Like, that's basically what this does, is telling you, oh, hey, this is the stuff that you can do within the game, right? And yeah, because of that, it's really... I don't know how to put it. It's just really, I wish they do so much, and yet at the same time, nothing ever feels like it's properly done, right? And I know that maybe sounds really critical. But that's, I think, because it is, right? I mean, if you're spending so much time on something you clearly love and clearly want to make something really, really awesome, why not actually make it awesome, right? It's this sort of thing where, why, right? Why not actually think about, oh, maybe we should put, you know, a little bit more thought into this. Just don't do something else and instead do the stuff that you're doing right. Hopefully I can get across what I mean by that, but yeah, it's a very, very strange situation. One second. Well, okay. The cool thing is that does remove another one of the secondary missions here. Oh, right. I need to give Mordai to the Overseer as well. I was gonna say, I felt like I was missing something that I forgot, and it was this. Alright, what do you want with this? Also, I wonder if this is actually... It's so strange that at the same point where the Overseer asks Mordite of me, the farmer also asked me for it. Because honestly, I don't see the farmer's dialogue changing based on the mission you're on with the Overseer. I don't think that's a thing. If it is, that's pretty cool, right? That would be pretty cool. It's honestly kind of eerie that these two things coincide so well. Wait, how the... Your Overseer... You've completed their task. Why was that not a thing before? Whatever. I've seen the world as you see it. I do not entirely understand what I've done for the Overseer, but they seem once again ready to reward me for my actions. Give them the Mordite. Here, take these schematics. May the things you build always remind you of those you killed to construct them. Well, thank you. Exocraft Terminal. A research station tailored to the needs of technicians and equipped with bespoke vehicular design software. Blaze Javelin. Aggressive weapon attached for the multi-tool. Okay. Access fire mode by pressing blah blah blah. Delivers instantaneous damage on targets. Plasma charge process creates an ionized gas arc to propel projectiles at great speed. Usable perceived destructive results simultaneous to the pull of the trigger. Well, I don't have technology slots for that, unfortunately. Okay. Build an exocraft terminal. What does that need? Chromatic metal and dihydrogen. Wait, does that also need to go into one of these buildings? Do I need another one? That would kind of suck. Maybe a chance to fix my weird launch platform issues. That might take some time, though. Or can this literally go in? Research station tailored to the needs of technicians. Oh, wait. Does it not matter where I put it? think this is just for me, right? Let's try to put it here for the time being.
Orbital station coordinates received.
Oh. Technician required. Well, fuck. I guess that technician will work outside then. Well, I mean, it kind of looks cool though, right? Considering that the exocraft is here. Doesn't it make sense? I mean, well... Yeah, I don't think this is supposed to... Look at the lights. They're kind of floating in space. Oh, no. That's bad. Can I... Wait, edit place parts... It gives me back the stuff that I needed to craft it, right? Yeah. Ooh. Well, it would be kind of funny to place it outside, to be completely honest, but... This requires glass. Straight corridor. Glass roof. Well, the problem is... I guess I could move the teleporter, or build something else back here. Well, the issue is the exocraft is here, right? So in theory, it would probably make more sense to have another room somewhere over here. How would this actually be attached? Can I not? Is the round room not able to actually... Why can I attach this to the storage containers? Oh. Okay, it works like this. Yeah, I guess I can only add it over there because that's the only part of the station left that still doesn't have a window. Well... Yeah, this is kind of my space though, right? It is somewhat unfortunate. Oh, would it automatically add a platform? This would actually be pretty cool, right? Build it over the water like this. Unfortunately, I don't think it would actually fix... Yeah, so the thing that I definitely need to do next time is kind of build the launch platform first and branch everything else off of it, right? That definitely works a whole lot better than what I did. I hate how this stuff is here. It's so annoying. Problem is that it's too close to my spaceship. Because of that, I can't... Like... Oh, well, yeah. What happened here? Did I kill you? I hate how you can just accidentally kill stuff in the distance, right? Well, I still kind of like the idea to place it outside. Maybe I can just... This building an additional room doesn't really help me either. Maybe I can just place it in a way... Well, I can't place it close enough to the wall where the lights actually make sense, right? Because the wall has this protruding element to it. I mean, I could change the wall type, but that doesn't really make it better. Or I can place it here. Honestly, let's do that. Let's move these things, edit place paths. Move. Let's put this... What were these two things, by the way? They're like special refineries, right? Of some sort? Something like that? Atmosphere harvester. Ooh, right. They create... This one creates nitrogen, and this one creates oxygen. I forgot about that. But they need to be charged in order to work. Which is so strange. Why do these things not automatically work if you attach them to an electrical grid? That seems like such a strange way of doing it. Let's put this inside, actually. Like this. Perfect. And then hopefully this works. I mean, again, it's, you know, problem is that it's like turned at a very weird angle, I feel like. But at least now the... Nope. Fuck. Right, let's move it even further back. Let me try that again. It needs to be aligned properly. It's just... It's a bit strange because it... Like, the preview shows the lights being... like, inside the wall almost, but then they still float it. Yeah. I think that kind of looks better. The problem is the guy is probably going to look this way. But it's fine. I feel like it's fine for the time. I hope this actually works. Wait, wrong menu. Hire an exocraft technician. Okay. So I need to go back to the space station. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, now I can actually... Man, why do you have to do this all the time? Why can I not just pin, I don't know, at least 5 different things? Why can I only pin one thing that I want to craft? Where is it? This thing, pin formula. What do I still need? I have the solar mirrors, I have the platinum, I need counterfeit circuits. I should be able to just buy them, right? I'm pretty sure. From my base terminal? Can I not just go to space stations? This is the pirate system. Let's just go there real quick. I don't know if I can straight up buy 2 counterfeit circuits. I should be able to. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh, what was that? That was almost a T-pose. Outlaw space station takeover. Local system authorities have been displaced by outlaw forces. Outlaw systems while the purchase profitably by mounted. What did that say about tossed like forces, whatever? So where would I be able to buy? Shipping and receiving. Isn't there like a market terminal here as well? Why is the camera zoomed in so much? That's really annoying. Wait, no, the market terminals are all only available. Okay, that's the same price here. Market terminals are only available in normal space stations, right? Okay, he has upgrade modules. Wait, can I sell him upgrade modules? Oh, fuck, I put them all away, right? Yeah, I might be able to sell him upgrade modules, actually. Are you the market? No, it's a bounty guy. Wait, did I? Oh, search. 1 carbon from a random plant on a space station. Cool. Counterfeit circuits. Oh, they're pretty expensive. I need 2, right? Cool. Black market goods acquired. Sell black market goods in regular systems. Smuggling can be highly profitable. Don't want to sell them, though. Well, the problem is, where the fuck do I put the technology? Okay, you know what? I have 99 million units. Let me see. What happens if I do upgrade Starship? Yeah, that only gives me another cargo slot for 18 million. I don't need that. I guess I would need to upgrade the class of the ship in order to be able to install more technology upgrades. Is that how it works? Okay, so do I really need the economy scanner? It's not necessarily a bad thing to have. Wait, can you install this on your freighter? Is that a thing that you can do? I could also remove this thing, but... Or this. Honestly, this is pretty bad. I just realized. Yeah, I might be able to install this on the freighter. But it might also be that the freighter has a specific economy scanner. I don't know if that's a thing. Let's store this technology for the time being. And install this one. Specially tuned resonance jammer designed to interfere with the remote cargo scans deployed by system authorities. See, the thing that's still bothering me about this is that it specifically says system authorities. So I don't even know whether or not it helps me against cargo scans from pirates. Let's build it though. By building it here, I don't even need to smuggle the counterfeit circuits, funnily enough. I'm just going to keep this in my inventory for the time being. Once I'm back on my freighter, I probably want to check whether or not I can install the economy scanner on it. You know what? I'm just gonna warp back straight to my freighter, honestly. Oh, I can't. What? Huh? So I can warp back to my base, but I can't warp back to my freighter. What's the difference? See, that's another thing, right? Like, the way pirate systems are designed, I feel like it would make way more sense if you weren't actually able to teleport away from here at all. Right? Maybe teleport in. I guess that's fine because, well, again, it's another one of these weird situations where I think removing the ability to teleport to and from a pirate system would make them far less interesting, especially once you're further into the game. Having to actually fly back to the system every time would probably get very, very tedious. That being said, though, these are all things where I would say that the game just doesn't really... You get so many cool upgrade things, right? But most of the upgrade things don't seem to actually interact with the systems the game presents to you, right? Why do you get all these weird, random, shield upgrades and whatnot? I mean, it's fine that they exist. I'm not saying remove them. But I feel like, especially at the start of the game, like, why isn't there a mission where you have to, I don't know, travel to some secret pirate base somewhere in the universe and it'll give you the blueprint for an upgrade that'll manipulate your teleporter in order to be able to teleport back to a pirate system, right? Why is that a thing that you can just do right from the get-go? You arrive in your first pirate system, and if you have a base somewhere on the planet, you can just freely travel back and forth from the planet to the pirate system and back, right? It just doesn't really make any sense. In that regard, the pirate system, yeah, it does sell specialized goods, but it doesn't really present any sort of obstacle for you as the player, right? It doesn't have any sort of gameplay impact. That is so strange. I don't know why that's not a thing. Especially because this is just dumb. Because I'm able to teleport back to my base, and from my base, I can teleport to any of the other places, right? So, in terms of logical systems within the game, this doesn't really make any sense. And I feel like, again, it's fine that the game lets you do this. It's much better than introducing some awkward restriction that at the end of the day it just makes it more tedious and not fun, right? So I guess if you're not going to implement anything further with it, just do it this way and it's fine, right? Like, I'm not complaining about the status quo. I'm complaining about what could be. Especially because the game already has all these upgrades. It has all these blueprints, all these technologies that you can install in your ships and whatnot. Why isn't there a mission that, as I said, lets you somehow, gather intel on how to manipulate a teleporter and then let you build a specific black market teleporter that you can install in your base or freighter that'll allow you to specifically, or to directly teleport to pirate systems and back, right? Brownsbear Gaming. Hi, what's up? That is a very similar name. How come? How did you come up with the name? Yeah, man, there's so many things. Especially having done these farming missions now. Well, again, the farming missions are sort of a tutorial for the whole plant things, right? But one cool upgrade for the teleporter would be enough, right? And then once you have it, it just lets you freely teleport. But it's this initial step that you need to take, and I think, especially if they would add a pretty cool mission, like, it doesn't even need to be long, right? But, I don't know, introduce some sort of cool pirate character that has a few, fun lines that they're saying. They're sending you out to a system, you collect something, you get a blueprint, you collect materials, you craft it, and you get a manipulated teleporter or something, right? It's such an easy thing to design. So I'm really wondering why they didn't go with that, but... Wait, you found me randomly because of the name? That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, don't. It's not that like I'm not talking about the like base story missions or something. I'm just I find it strange. Some of the missions don't really seem to have, any sort of point to them. They feel more like something to do. So I was wondering why, when they already have this cool idea with the pirate systems, why they don't actually use that to do missions that have some actual sort of significant gameplay implications, but instead they chose to implement missions that, are just feel a lot more fetch questy than they need to. Oh, 400, that's a lot actually. Yeah, I mean, I guess at a certain point it definitely goes into the whole, you need to find some sort of goal for yourself, right? I don't know, construct a really, really big and cool space station and whatnot. And I really like that endgame goal. It's just every time, I feel like No Man's Sky is such an awesome baseline for so many cool things that they could do. And I really appreciate how much they implemented over the years, but at the same time it all feels, not all of it, like, don't get me wrong, I really, really like what is in the game already, but I just wish that they sometimes would just take that additional step of doing more with the things they already have. I definitely feel like they, more often than not, just, I don't know, they start with a really, really cool idea and then they don't really follow all the way through and instead just go, oh, well, now we have this, right? Now we have these missions or now we have these pirate systems, and then they just go and do something completely different. Which on the one hand, that's really, really cool because it means that we get all these new features all the time. But on the other, it also means that a lot of the features that they introduced over the years are kind of left behind, almost. They're kind of just there, right? And they're kind of cool, but they're also somewhat insignificant once you've seen them, right? Now I've seen a pirate system and, well, that's kind of it, right? Nothing more to do, I guess. Like the initial thing of getting there, getting the mission and whatnot was pretty awesome, and discovering it, looking at it, looking how cool the space station looks and everything. It's pretty awesome, but that was about it. And now I can just freely travel back and forth. I feel like it would need just a little bit more. Oh well. The weekend mission, is that one of the community missions currently, or is it something else? I definitely need to do much more with my freighter as well. I didn't realize originally that you get the freighter by helping one of the random ones that get attacked, right? That's the way you get one. And I didn't realize that originally. Kind of ignored that every time it popped up. So it took me a while to get one. But yeah, I definitely need to build it up further. And my base currently is more functional than anything else. It's more of I just placed everything that I needed somewhere. And I was definitely planning on, once I find a really, really awesome planet that I want to build on, to build another base and make it actually really beautiful. I've returned with the current update. I streamed a little bit of No Man's Sky like 2 months ago. I think the save is about 40 hours in, something like that. I played it originally, like when it launched 5, 6 years ago. At this point, I actually played it for quite a while. Not 400 hours, but well, I basically did everything that was there when it originally launched, which arguably wasn't that much, right? And it was very tedious. So at some point I just stopped because it wasn't really fun. And then I returned to it like 2 years ago or something. I checked out a couple new things, but not for very long. And then, yeah, I actually went back to it a couple months ago. On 2 different galaxies? Isn't that a lot, though? Well, I mean, I guess once you set your goal on actually getting to the other galaxy, it's not that difficult to do, right? I don't even know. Wait, what's my freighter? I don't think it's A class. No, it's only C class. It's one of the, I guess, the first ones you'd get, right? Definitely need to build that up a lot more. Though I do like taking it slow. I mean, I really, really appreciate all the stuff the game has to offer, right? It's just sort of a cool progression as well. The way it now works is, I feel like it constantly presents you with stuff that you can choose to do, but you can also choose to do something entirely different. It's never so much that it overwhelms you, yet also not so little that you feel like you don't have anything to do. It's a pretty cool setup that they have. Yeah, 2 years ago. Well, I mean, you didn't miss much. It really wasn't. When it originally launched, it was pretty rough. And it's also pretty cool. It's definitely a game where you can just, well, I mean, in a sense, it's very much a kind of a single player game that has multiplayer elements, right? So you don't need to be doing stuff all the time. You can just let it sit, right, and return to it whenever you like, and just build a couple things and then come back whenever you want. That's probably the best thing about it. Well, not the best. Well, it has a lot of other cool stuff, but it's a very, very chill game, right? It can be very relaxing depending on what you do. Brings up the question, what do I want to do next? I still need to wait for more base stuff to come up. Oh no, never mind. I need to visit another terminal. So I could take a look at where that is, actually. I also wanted to do... Well, first of all, I should probably go back to the space station and hire a technician. Right, I didn't actually, what's the update they did for them currently? I looked over everything they did, but not too sure. I was definitely, the biggest thing for me personally was the inventory changes. I felt like were pretty cool. Corrupt archive. Oh, that's in a system I've already been to. Well, that's pretty cool then. Gonna go to the current system though to get the technician first. Oh, wait. I was confused for a second. but it's the same layout as always. For some reason I thought that the space station was mirrored all of a sudden, but nope. Same as always. Oh, okay. It was already a few months back. That's pretty cool then. Wait, who's the technician? Doesn't it usually scout? Sales gag? Conscript. Oh, it's literally above his head. I didn't see the symbol. Demand place on your throne world. Alright. Sure. Come and help me. You are weak and unworthy of my skills, but I have no choice. Well, that's great to hear. Always appreciate your honesty. I will flee to your vile world. I will become an interloper. I mean, it's literally in the system, right? Okay. Well, some of the people that work for me are definitely a little bit strange in terms of their behavior. But I guess that's a given if they're alien life forms working for an alien from their point of view. Didn't they also? I just remembered. Didn't they also upgrade the amount that you can upgrade your ships now? Like previously, the best one was like S class, right? And now you can level them up even further. Though I don't really know yet what that entails and what that does. I guess probably more cargo and technology slots, but there would probably also be other stuff, right? Well, I guess you can just warp back to my base real quick to talk to the technician. The only issue is currently I don't really... I mean, I've had the exocraft for a while, but I don't really have much that I can do with it currently. I mean, if I need specific materials, I'll just fly to a planet that has them. Haven't really found much use for the exocraft yet. Well, the problem is also that my base is on an island, which makes using the exocraft a little bit awkward. You can add extra slots. Oh, right, there are Twitch drops, right? I forgot that they were a thing. What do they have there? It might be a good opportunity to get like another good ship or something. This one I got with the last Twitch drops, which I actually appreciated a lot. It made the whole beginning of the game a lot less tedious because it has a bunch more slots compared to the ship you start out with. Usually I'm not, the biggest fan of making a game easier with things like this, but in the case of No Man's Sky, I feel like it actually made the whole beginning process of the game a lot more enjoyable, especially after coming back to it, right? Because I already kind of knew the beginning of the game, even though they overhauled a bunch of stuff, obviously, but yeah, if you already know the basics, it can otherwise be a little bit tedious if you also need to do all kinds of inventory upgrades and whatnot. So it was pretty cool that they made Twitch drop spaceships available and whatnot. Also, like, waiting a week probably isn't a bad idea anyways, because, well, sometimes they do tend to introduce some bugs in their initial releases, right? And they already, I think, did a small patch to address some of the issues this week, so... Scout Ungsu, is that the same name that he had previously? Ah, well, whatever. As calm since I last saw them, I still feel a sense of dread within their eyes, of the paranoia that has sustained them across the stars. Why do they... They're all so... They're all these pained, problematic life forms, everybody that you hire. I will do as promised, build a geobay from the schematic and my exocraft shall be yours, unworthy though you may be. Now excuse me, I must ensure this location is defensible should my people try to find me. Maybe I shouldn't have built your terminal on the outside. Sorry for that. Technician asked me to construct a Roma geobay from which I will be able to access their exocraft. This bargain greatly favors you. My exocraft has seen much glory. Wait, why do they... These weird things still bugging out of the water. I feel like this was supposed to be the original mission that actually gives you the ability to build this exocraft bay. Now I wonder where I got the blueprint for it. I guess I just randomly bought it at some point. Probably. 2-3 bug fixes? Oh, well, that's not that much then. I just noticed that my PlayStation updated the game, and so kind of figured, oh, they probably fixed some bugs. Oh, you never use the drops. Yeah, well, I guess you can do that as well. Well, in theory, I also only used the spaceship, really. Though the other stuff was mainly cosmetic things for bases, I think. Like flags and posters and whatnot. He really does have some pain. How do I end up with all of these guys, all the people you hire for your base? They all have these deep, sort of fundamental philosophical problems, it feels like. Have you constructed the Roma Bay? I have. Well, then again, I guess their background is supposed to suggest that they've been sort of abandoned by their own species, right? Something like that. Here's a blueprint for an exocraft radar. This augmentation will allow you to discover buildings and signals from afar. But interloper, know that it disgusts me that you lack so much knowledge. Oh, yeah, well, sorry, that's why I hired you. Okay, so I can install that in my exocraft, and then I guess I can just scan for buildings? That's pretty cool then, right? So that means that you don't have to build the, whatever the thing was called. I think you can build like a signal booster, was it that one? But you always have to place it down, and it allows you to scan for a structure that's nearby. That's pretty awesome then, if the exocraft can just do that every time. Do not delay. You have the means now set about the construction of the signal booster. Okay. I do not know how I feel about this warrior. I do not know whether I have made a mistake, but there is nothing to be done. The Viking has honored their word, I will honor mine. They asked me to install the signal booster menu exocraft. Sure. Yeah, with the guns, and I think I'm actually using... Oh no, never mind. I'm using the multi-tool that I also got from the drops last time. That being said, though, it took me a while, because my previous multi-tool had the... What is it? This one? An upgrade like this that gives you a bunch more money for scanning stuff. And so I didn't really use this one until I was able to find another one of these upgrades with the scanner ones. Kind of looks pretty cool though. I guess it's more the optics that you get for the drops. The Artemis story, I think I don't know how far through I am with that. I think the stories, yeah, it definitely starts out pretty cool. Especially since I feel like every time they make you visit something, right? The first time, well, the Atlas interfaces are like they kind of belong to the same story, but kind of don't, right? But every time you visit these cool places, that I feel like are the best moments that they have. Because the story itself, I really like the idea of it, but sometimes it's a bit. I feel like they are sometimes struggling to find cool gameplay to add to the stories themselves, right? Because there's a lot of, just fly to this planet, and then you talk to him again, and then you fly to another planet, and you talk to him again. It's a little bit, can be exhausting if you do it all at once, I guess. But then again, the game very much suggests that you sort of do side mission, and then main mission, and then a side mission, so it's a pretty cool mix of things. And the storyline itself is pretty good, yeah. So far, anyways, what I've seen of it. 7,000% is mad, yeah. Sometimes they get like 200,000 units or something for scanning one creature. That's pretty crazy. It took me a while to find another one of these upgrades. Because you can't... Well, now I guess with the packaging that they introduced now in 4.0, I guess you would be able to just package them up and put them on your new multi-tool, right? I just realized. But before, you couldn't do that. You couldn't actually transfer the technology from one to the other, right? Which is why I had to find a new one, as far as I recall. And in terms of the stories, I think it's actually pretty cool what they I guess try to present with these people that you can hire, because they're sort of at least touching on their, like, not their personal backstory, but the way their species acts within the universe, right? But I also wish that they would expand on that a little bit. I feel like they always drop these sort of major hints that something bigger is going on and that they have some sort of really extensive background, and then they never really go further with it. I don't know. It's the main sort of Artemis story definitely does that a lot better in terms of actually explaining what they're talking about. Okay, let me actually upgrade the, let's see. Holy shit, why does this thing have so many slots now? That's pretty crazy. Okay. That's this one, right? What I'm supposed to install? Exocraft Radar? Yeah. And thankfully, I even still have a multiprocessor, I think. Microprocessor. Never mind. Alright. It is with this that my people shall exterminate me, and you can only blather? Gra, to work, interloper. Yeah, all of these aliens, no matter whose species they belong to, it always feels like they're sort of outcast and shunned for the fact that they actually helped me. But it's never quite, at least in their specific storylines, it's never quite explained why that's a thing. Atlas Pass story is good for getting you traveling around. Yeah, that's what I like the most about how they've now implemented all these missions. Because they are pretty varied overall, right? If you sort of jump from one to the next. So the way I've done it so far in this save is that I've basically looked at what's the closest thing that I can do, right? So whenever something was within the current system or only one system away, that's what I focused on. And that's pretty cool because you get all these different, like you're constantly doing something different, right? For other people, and I feel like it works pretty great. Especially because they do show you stuff, right? It's not just, oh, you do the mission, but it's also, well, they show you how space stations work, how to talk to aliens, then they show you how to build a base and all that neat stuff. So it's definitely a cool combination of tutorial and storyline at the same time, while also allowing you quite a bit of freedom, right? Because there's, well, there's the Artemis story, there's the Atlas story going on, and your base building stuff and whatnot. And then you always get these extra things like building up your freighter and finding pirate systems and whatnot. It's really awesome. They've added so much over the years. It's actually crazy how bare bones the game was in the beginning compared to this. The more time I spend with this creature, the less they remind me of the other Viking I have encountered. Although the threats are still there, there is a passion within them for more than just killing. Who can say what life they might have lived, what life I might have lived, if I was not born to explore these worlds? The only issue with this is that I haven't actually seen any Viking being hostile. In that sense. Or not hostile, but, you know, being these supposed killing machines and whatnot. That's the only thing where they tell you a lot about what these species and aliens are supposed to be, but very rarely does it ever get shown specifically. Then again, that's also very difficult to do, obviously, especially considering how random the planets can be. Once we have the exocraft radar, we can map this planet. Are you ready for what happens next? Scout awaits, expecting me to announce my success in the construction. Hand it in. Your timing is fortuitous, traveler. Take these blueprints. Mounted cannon. Oh wait, do I not have a cannon yet? I guess not. Okay. In your absence, I have made a grave discovery. There are sentinel depots on this world. Yeah, I kind of already destroyed a bunch. They're everywhere, even in this last refuge. Track one down, traveler. Destroy the depot and bring me its precious contents for use in my work. Requires me to use my exocraft radar to locate the depot and steal the material from within. They will use the substance to create an exocraft booster. Hurry, interloper. Do not permit the sentinels to pollute your world. Alright. Am I able to build the cannon? I should probably also build some other stuff, right? Fusion engine, boost module, radar. What else do we have? Different suspensions. I don't know if I have dioxide currently, though. That's pretty cool, though, that you can actually mine from the exocraft itself. I definitely have the copper. Pugnium, I might have enough. Advanced laser. Oh, that's to upgrade the mining laser, never mind. Fuel system, solar recharge unit. Ah, that requires 3 storm crystals. Ugh. I always like to have stuff like automatic recharging on things. Just makes it much more convenient to get around. But I don't have the storm crystals. Well, I guess I do want to have the cannon, though, right? So, let's see. Pugnium should be here. Oh, never mind. I definitely have 50. I actually have 1,200 of it. And copper, was it? Oh, these damn... I wish I hadn't built my base so close to the water. But I didn't realize these weird squid things always bugged out of it into my base. Though it is a very funny passive source to get Mordite and these meatball thingies. Because sometimes they just fly into me. Free materials, I guess. Where's the copper? There it is. That's enough. I can just do it from here. Install technology. So I'm actually able to summon in the exocraft on every planet, right? Or do I... No, never mind. I think you have to... Wait, do you? I think you have to build the exocraft terminal, right? Unless later on maybe there is a way to summon it in from your freighter or something. Never really done that so far. This just looks pretty crazy. If it has so many cargo slots, if I'm able to access it from everywhere, that would definitely help a bunch with exploration. So that being said, with the new upgrades to cargo and whatnot, I'm not really missing any slots. Moderate upgrade for the engine. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Can put these away as well. And the rest of the copper. Let's see then. If I install this, it needs to go next to the engine, right? Fuel usage minus 3%. Whoa. Cool. Ah, well. I guess as a first upgrade, that's alright. Oh, I'm missing chromatic metal. I could refine some more. Let's not do that yet. Also, it switched over my mission, I think. Gather advanced materials. Destroying depots will attract sentinel attention. Okay. Anything else that I need to put away before I do that? Oh yeah, the platinum. I don't need to carry that around all the time. Put the platinum in here and that. Oops. Didn't need to reload. That can go away as well. Honestly, considering all the new cargo inventory upgrades, I'm almost overdoing it with my inventory management now, I feel like. It's not even really necessary anymore. Are you... I just sold the meat stuff. And then immediately one of these weird squid things is running into me again. Well, whatever. Oh, we have a great rest of your evening then. It was really fun chatting with you. I'm gonna take a look at what I can do with this. Destroy depots to collect gold. Wait, I already have a lot of gold though. Can I run over this thing? Ooh, I really need to get used to how this controls though. Wait, how did I turn? Oh. Great, I'm already stuck. Oh, right, that was the weird thing that I didn't, So it automatically turns when you turn the camera, but you can't... That is so strange, right? That you can't turn on the spot with turning the left analog stick? I feel like that should be a thing, but... Oh well. So how do I scan for buildings now? Do I just use my normal scanner, or... What is that? Alluring specimen. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. The scan range is pretty awesome, though. That's a sentinel? Wait, how do I actually use this thing? Oh. Ah, okay. IB library. Exocraft radar. Scan for depots. So it's literally just a signal booster that you have access to at all times. That is pretty awesome. Okay, it's back there. 9 minutes? Holy shit. Well, I guess this way I'm actually learning how to use this thing. Oh, sorry. Sorry, buddy. I still can't... Oops. Oh. Well... I didn't realize there would be a cave here. That's... unfortunate. Whoopsie. It doesn't actually add... well, I guess that would be too easy, right? If it just added everything that you ran over to your HUD. It's pretty cool that it can literally just drive underwater, though. Wait. Don't I have a mining beam installed, though? Oh, no, never mind. Oops. 25 magnetized ferrite. I can actually refine that. Use refiner. Pure ferrite. Only need 25. That way I can just randomly mine stuff that I'm coming across while I'm on my way. Can I get this thing out of here, by the way? Yeah, that's not... I didn't even know that my planet had such elaborate underwater caves. Ah, that is... Really have to get used to the fact that the turning happens when you move the camera, though. I feel like that should definitely be independent of one another. Can I climb with this thing? I don't think this is going to happen. Well, it's also kind of a problem that the whole thing is not only vertical, but actually has this weird sort of overhang at the top. Oh man, this is really finicky to control. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, this is... Don't think this is going to happen. Can I get out and... How do I get out? Whoop. I can just summon it back in, right? I mean, in theory, I could have also just taken my spaceship, flown over there, and just summon in my exocraft while I'm there, I think. Wait. Summon vehicles, summon exocraft. Yeah, I can just summon it back in. Perfect. Alright. I should have refined the other stuff by now. Quick transfer exosuit, quick transfer exosuit. Yeah. Probably would have made more sense to install the mining laser right away, but whatever. Wait, so how exactly does this work, though? Okay. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Well, that's gonna be annoying. This thing... This stuff can just randomly get damaged when you drive over things? How are you supposed to keep that from happening? Well, to be honest, right? I mean, just driving around the planet mining stuff is pretty great. But if you actually have to look out not to drive over hazardous stuff, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, there is way too much of that all around the world, right? Unless you just, I guess if you constantly just point your mining laser forwards. That's pretty dumb, though. I think one of these hazardous plans should not be able to immediately just destroy technologies. And the problem is now I can't even get the stuff out of my... Yeah, because they're in my cargo units. And of course it also destroyed the freaking cannon. And I don't necessarily want to turn that down. Like, I don't want to turn down the frequency with which things get destroyed. But the problem is, well, one thing that I'm not really sure about, obviously, is... Oh, can't. I wish you could have... Maybe there is like a swimming module that you can install at some point. Oh yeah, what the hell? I can't point my camera upwards. How is that not a thing? So the game doesn't realize that I'm on a slope or what? That's why I haven't really used it all that much currently. Or yeah, use the... I haven't really used the exocraft that much because it feels very, very finicky to use, honestly. Like I feel like it's not really made to actually traverse stuff underwater, or at least it should be able to swim as well. Maybe there is an upgrade like that. Maybe there is like a mode that you can access at some point where it allows you to swim. Because this way it's just kind of... It's way more trouble than it's worth, I feel like. Especially when you compare it to how well designed the, what was it? The... What is it called again? The cool, what was it? In, Subnautica. The little, submarine that you can drive around in. That control's so awesome. It's probably one, like, Subnautica in general, the way those things control in that game. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna use this exocraft if it's gonna be broken down every time I drive over a hazardous plant. That's completely pointless, honestly. I should be able to get it back to base though, right? Also, it would take me way longer than 8 minutes to actually get where I'm supposed to go. That being said, honestly, I very much enjoy getting around on, well, not on foot, right? But I feel like one thing that doesn't really come across all that well when you're just constantly flying around with your spaceship is sort of the vastness of the planets, right? Especially since this is my home planet, so to speak, because my base is here. I feel like it would be a lot more interesting to drive around with the exocraft, right? But yeah, so the idea that things now get destroyed way more frequently when you're driving over them is great in a way, but yeah, the probability of it happening is way too high. Anything that I still haven't scanned on this planet? Does it matter, though, for the mission whether or not I do this with the exocraft? I don't think so. It also doesn't help that there are literally a billion of these dangerous flora plants on this planet. Honestly, I'm thinking about turning this down. Where is it? Technology damage. The options are also kind of strange, right? So you have none, minimal, and challenging. Don't know what minimal would be in this particular scenario. It's not even about the resources, right? I don't mind gathering those resources again. Or rather, I still have most of them in my cargo storage, right? The problem is, like, it's not something that you can just, oh, you know, I'm gonna ride around in my exocraft a little bit and then I repair it once I get back. Because it's literally not driving anymore, right? Because my drive engine is destroyed. So, in theory, right, I would have to take all of my materials with me already to be able to repair it. Or alternatively, well, one thing that I guess it's a little bit of a problem because I just don't have the blueprints necessary for repairing things on the fly. I feel like at some point you're probably able to get the repair kit as a craftable item, I would think. In which case, you know, it wouldn't be that much of a problem anymore. I would just craft, I don't know, 30, 40, 100 repair kits, and every time something happened, I'd just repair it, right? That wouldn't be much of an issue. Wait, why is this destroyed? What is happening? Why is this destroyed all of a sudden? Don't tell me that's because I'm attacked by the weird things on my planet all the time. Oh my god. Yeah, They all require freaking wiring loom as well. Didn't even realize. The problem is also that it's not communicated very well that these things get destroyed. I mean, in the case of the exocraft, it was really easy to see, but... Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Never mind, I'm turning that off. I'm sorry, this is dumb. Like, that doesn't make sense. That's a thing. This change may permanently invalidate a small number of difficulty-based trophies on the save. Guess I'm not doing it. Wait, there are trophies attached to this? Oh, this is really dumb, though. Pugnium wiring loom. And they always require freaking wiring loom. Wait, that's even... That probably means that if I'm engaging with these guys now... it'll probably mean that a bunch of my other stuff will be destroyed. Oh, man. That's the main issue that I have with this game. Like, why? Why would you do that? This feels like nobody playtested that. Nobody. You can't tell me that that's actually playtested. Never ever has that actually been tested. I've already destroyed this thing, by the way, at some point in the past. Never ever has this been playtested. That's so dumb. I'm sorry, but... Did I do it? Destroy depots to collect gold. Wait, is that not what I came here for? Let's try to run away from them. Ooh, nice. Bunch of new stuff to scan. But that's a big cave. Which is another weird thing, right? That the Sentinels aren't able to access caves. It's another one of these strange... Well, again, it's not an oversight. It's just something that has never been fixed. In a way, I guess they want you to be able to escape through caves, but it's pretty dumb that they can't follow you at all, right? That doesn't seem like something that makes sense to me. Wait, so what was the point? Magnal gold. I didn't actually get gold. I got a bunch of stuff, and it's worth quite a bit. Huh. I mean, I have gold, though. If that's the only thing that I came here for. Okay, so the one thing that is really annoying me about the fact that these things get destroyed all the time is mainly that I don't have anything to combat that currently, right? So it's literally just an annoyance. It would be completely fine if the game said, oh, you know, your things are getting destroyed frequently. Do XYZ in order to not have that happen again in the future, right? If that would be a thing, then it would be fine. But the fact that it just sort of randomly happens, and happens incredibly frequently, without the game giving you a solution to the problem, right? No matter how long that would take, I don't mind grinding a billion different things in order to, you know, not have that happen anymore. That's fine. But the fact that you literally can't do anything against it, that's really dumb. Okay. Well, I should be able to repair most of the stuff that was damaged, though, I hope. The nitrogen I don't need, and the rest I can probably sell. I guess I want to keep it in my inventory for now, though, in case I do want to do something with it. Or rather, in case I do need it for the mission. Okay, let's grab the wiring loom. And... oh, I also needed the pugnium, right? Which was over here, I think. And then probably some copper as well. Let's see here. Okay, so... Oh, that's already repaired. Let's do that. Repair. Repair. Again, the reason why I'm struggling so much with deciding whether or not I should turn that off is mainly because I kind of want to have that challenge. In a way, it's actually pretty cool and somewhat realistic. Like, obviously your things would get damaged if you're being hit by stuff, right? And that's not a problem per se. The issue is that it's happening so ridiculously frequently, right? I mean, it literally prevents you from doing anything with stuff. Like, I'm actively avoiding using my exocraft at all, even though I like getting around with it. I would have happily, driven the 8 minutes, probably 60 minutes, considering that, it would have taken me a billion years to get there. If it hadn't stopped me because, for some reason, the game thinks that it's fun to just randomly destroy your stuff all the time. So, yeah. I need more chromatic metal. I have enough copper in my inventory. Let's just put this one. Should be enough. And right. Let me see if I just grab the gold that I still have in my container here. Does that count as having fulfilled the mission? Or do I still need to... Yeah, it does. Well, that would have been a whole lot easier, wouldn't it? Have you obtained the materials I seek, Interloper? Divine elements forged from the Sentinels themselves. They will shield us from their sight. And in. Good. I shall use it to forge exocraft boosters for future expeditions. Boost module. An efficient plasma injector coupled to the engine that allows short bursts of speed. Cool. None of us lives life alone, traveler. All of us form attachments, and I must shed the last vestiges of mine. I left my consort and spawn behind on my homeworld. My crimes were my own, but I must know what has happened to them. They've sent me an encrypted transmission. We will use the exocraft boosters to reach it before my brethren inevitably delete it. In the process, we can pull mining laser technology from the network. We will kill 2 Gek with one blast. Scout requires me to use my exocraft boosters to reach a terminal quickly enough to receive an encrypted transmission. They believe we may also acquire an exocraft mining laser blueprint from the Viking network. Be vigilant, be quick. I require this message. I must know what happened to those I left behind. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter too much, though, if I don't do it right away. Let's see, install... That's probably a pretty bad upgrade. Boost tank size. Oh, well, it's not that bad. For the -3 fuel usage, it's actually kind of dumb to repair it, right? But,
Navigational data received.
what the fuck? Reach the terminal. It says arrive in 10 minutes, and I have 4 minutes to reach it. Are you kidding me? I guess I'm not really meant to be there with my... Oh, well, whatever. I did not realize they would just give you a time-sensitive mission without you actually starting it. I guess I accepted it, but... That's a little bit ridiculous. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Did I already discover this in the past? What happens if I don't do it in time, though? Are there, like, different ways how this mission can go? Oh, oops. Sorry, guys. I thought I had to open this. Yeah, I already talked to him. I've actually been here for another mission, I think. Ah, see, this is one of these other weird things that No Man's Sky does. Like, I get that this is difficult to do, right? I really don't want to criticize the game too much for it, because having to consider that the player can literally be on any random planet within the galaxy or within the multiple galaxies that this game entails, and having to scale these missions based on where you are, right, and them still working correctly, that's really not an easy feat. But I feel like these missions defaulting to the nearest station with a terminal like this is a little bit strange if you have multiple missions that are completely separate from one another, yet they do lead you to the same terminal or the same thing that you need to destroy. Right? That, like, logically, that doesn't really make any sense. It's not a big deal. Like, you can kind of disregard it, right? It's really not that much of an issue. I'm kind of wondering why it's a thing, honestly, because it's such an obvious thing that you would try to circumvent, right? I mean, why not? Couldn't they, in theory, just spawn in a station somewhere else on the planet where I haven't been to yet, and just make me go there? Yeah, I don't know. It's again, not a big deal. Still a very strange thing that can happen, because, well, I mainly talk about this because this is a very obvious thing, right? I mean, in theory, I mean, it does seem to me like it just defaults to the nearest terminal like this on a planet. Considering that most of these missions will probably be done on the same planet, it is a very, very strange thing that they don't account for that more. Even though ultimately it's not a big deal. Error interception. Witness the price of your heresy, fugitive of the Viking. Know that there is no sky in which we cannot find you, no system to which you might flee unscathed. Hide then in the depth of this galaxy, for we are patient. Know that your spawn wept like Mule and Gek as we cut them down, that we killed your consort as they fled, leaving the others behind to suffer. Where shall you ever find peace knowing these things? Holy shit, this is actually pretty brutal in its description. Which, by the way, a lot of the No Man's Sky missions are pretty brutal in what they're trying to convey. It's just that they never show it, right? They always just tell you through text, which does diminish the effect it has quite a bit, honestly. The message is not what I expected. The technician told me to retrieve a transmission from the family, but this, I must return and decide what to do. Before the transmission closes, I pulled the exocraft mining lizard blueprint from the network. Oh boy, please don't tell me that the mission bugged out now. Because I don't know, for some weird reason I think that it didn't count me being at the terminal as the mission being fulfilled, and so me talking a little bit meant that I failed the time-sensitive part of the mission, yet I still kind of did it. That was weird. One second. Sorry, just had to answer a message. Yeah, anyways, let's just return to base real quick. I wanted to end stream like half an hour ago. I can do this next time. I think I'm actually gonna look up if there is a way beyond just... Because, okay, to explain my thought process here, if the game actually accounts for the fact that things can get destroyed quite frequently, and it actually lets you craft things or, you know, upgrade things in a way that make it less likely for things to get destroyed, then that would be awesome, because that would mean that I would have a goal to play towards, right? I would have the goal of, oh, I want to get these upgrade things, these upgrade modules that allow me to not, for things not to get destroyed that frequently, right? If that's a thing, then that's pretty awesome. If it's not, however, I will probably turn it off, because at that point it just doesn't make any sense, right? Because it's a completely pointless gameplay element if you can't prevent it, right? And you can't really. I mean, literally just going through the environment will mean that things will get destroyed, unless you want to crawl down to where you might as well not use stuff like the exocraft, right? If it means to to drive so slow to actually be aware of everything that surrounds you, to the point where you're not really able to take advantage of it at all, then yeah, it's just it would be pretty pointless, honestly. Okay, let's check it out though. Nothing's destroyed. Because in a way, like, I don't want to turn it off, right? Because, for example, for the spaceships, I feel like previously there was never any reason to deny pirates attacking you, right? Because you will destroy them anyways. You even get something for destroying them, right? You get reputation, you possibly get rare upgrades and whatnot, or some sort of other materials. But now you could actually actively think, oh, well, I've already been in a fight, my shields are destroyed, right? So I'm not going to get into another one, I'm actually going to pay them. Or, alternatively, you could go, well, you know, paying them is way less expensive compared to repairing my stuff, right? So it does add this additional component to it. But yeah, it heavily depends on what the game actually... If the game properly accounts for the fact that all these things can get destroyed so easily. And unfortunately, I don't think it does. Or rather, usually, these kind of things don't account for that. Thankfully, though, let me just double check here. Never mind, I can't buy wiring loom. Fuck. Because that would have saved the whole thing, right? If I could just buy wiring loom from the Galactic Trade Terminal in my house, then, well, wouldn't be much of an issue, would it? Do I want to keep this stuff, or holding the area potentially in a stable state until required? I don't know if this is stuff that I'll need at some point. Maybe to turn in for a mission or something. Because I don't really need the money, but... And I have the slots to store it right now. Ah, well, whatever. Let's just sell it. I don't think that it's really used for anything. Metal. Wait, where's the other stuff? Wiring, Magno Golds, Teros, Uranium. Might have not been the best idea to sell it, but whatever. Alright, let's store the rest of my stuff. This one I'm gonna keep. Okay, copper. See, now I need more copper again, because I had to use so much to repair stuff, which is really annoying. Put the putmium in here. The other materials aren't really that problematic, but the fact that you need wiring loom for it, because it's pretty expensive, right? And especially with the Exocraft, for example, having a module or an upgrade that literally only gives you like a 3% boost, it feels pretty pointless to repair that, right? So, I don't know, it's definitely a very, very weird thing, all things considered. Anyways, though, I think I didn't even get to my freighter. I just realized. But I need to do some other stuff today still, so this is where I'll stop. I mean, I planned for about 4 hours, and that's what I got here. It was a ton of fun. I do think at least the upgrades that I saw so far are mostly great. All the inventory stuff I personally think are pretty great. Though I can definitely see where the criticism came from for people that have, older saves with a bunch of technology upgrades and whatnot. It was already finicky for me, but it was also kind of fun to just go through your inventory and sort that stuff in a new way. But for people who have way, way vaster inventories with way more technology installed, it probably would have been an absolute nightmare. And honestly, I can very easily see how that would put somebody off from returning to the game, right? Or logging back into their save if they had to spend 3 to 6 hours sort of combing through that stuff and figuring everything out. So that's a little bit of a downside. And then stuff like the modules getting destroyed all the time. It's a neat idea. I like it from that perspective, right? Because it makes sense, right? It makes sense that this stuff would be destroyed from time to time, especially if you're engaging in combat, or because those hazardous plans, for example, they never really had a point within the game world, right? Yes, they did damage to you, but not enough to actually kill you, not even close, right? And so they were more of a nuisance than anything else. Like, they didn't really have that much of a point. Now, though, if you're not careful and they actually destroy your equipment, it's a completely different matter. But it still needs to be fun, right? If you're driving around your planet in your exocraft, and you literally can't get to where you want to go because your entire equipment is destroyed by the time you get there, then it's a problem, right? And again, it's sort of the same weird thing that the game does where I'm able to freely warp back and forth to a pirate system, right? Just grab a bunch of stuff to sell and then sell it here without any problem whatsoever, right? Without the game putting any sort of limitation on that. Yet at the same time, apparently I'm required to constantly repair my stuff, right? It's this sort of weird logic that doesn't really fit together at all. And so I really, really hope when they make this change that they actually considered what that would mean, and that they allow you, hopefully, somehow to either mitigate it or at least to make repairing a lot less tedious, right? And considering that I don't have everything that the game offers in terms of blueprints and whatnot, I don't know that yet, right? But as I said, I'm probably gonna look that up because I just want to know whether or not I want to keep the option engaged. Anyways, though, as I said, it was definitely a good look back at No Man's Sky. I don't know how often I'm actually gonna play it though, simply because I have so much other stuff going on. I mean, I'm doing the Ultimate in 14. I still have to do my Recluse and Savage in 14. Next week, next Tuesday is actually going to be the release of 6.25 and 14 as well, which means Criterion Dungeons, where I still don't really know what that will mean. They haven't really shown all that much, and so we don't really yet know how those Savage Dungeons will look like, and whether or not you need a static for it, or whether or not you could do it in Party Finder, right? That's all this weird stuff that I need to check out as well. Then, I'm also kind of playing Genshin on the side. I decided not to stream that anymore. I talked about that a little bit in the past. Genshin is... It's a pretty chill game on the side, like from time to time, just log in and grind out a bunch of stuff. But the story is really badly written, and the quests just aren't interesting enough to warrant streaming the game, I feel like. I might do it at some point in the future, just when I feel like it, but that's not something that I currently want to do. Which means, aside from 14, I definitely want to go back to Divinity Original Sin to play through that, and then I still have a couple of other games planned as well that I want to play through, so I don't know how well No Man's Sky will fit into that. I definitely want to return to it from time to time, but it's not going to be a very frequent thing, right? Though whenever I do, I probably, like 4 hours today, or, well, now 4.5, I definitely not enough if you really want to achieve something, right? As I said, I haven't even looked at my Freda. So, yeah. Anyway, so, as I said, it was a lot of fun. Let's check out if the game actually is saved properly. As I said, I'm still not entirely sure. So in theory, that was the manual save, right? And then the autosave is it's now constantly overwriting that, I suppose. Anyway, so, it definitely saved. So we're safe on that. Haha. But yeah, it was really, really fun returning to it, and if you want to know when I'll be playing No Man's Sky again, just take a look at my stream schedule. I usually update it like once a week. Haven't really done it for the past like 3 weeks or something, because there was some important IRL stuff that I had to deal with. But now, going forward, I definitely do it again. Tomorrow, I had originally planned to go live at, 6:30 UTC? 6:30 a.m. that is, UTC. I'm just saying UTC because it's the easiest to do. It's not even my local time, but whatever. That was my original plan. I think I'm gonna push that back a little bit. Problem is, I kind of wanted to stream in the morning, go back to Divinity Original Sin for a little bit, mainly to be able to, well, first of all, play it again, but also that was sort of the only time slot that I was able to make available for it. But now I'm actually thinking of pushing it back a bit to do the stuff that I would otherwise have done in the afternoon. Do that, once I get up. We'll see. Definitely gonna update the stream schedule if times change, though. So yeah, if you want to catch that, just take a look at that. I can't promise anything, unfortunately, because you still have a bunch of other stuff to do. Anyway, so, was great fun. I don't know whether or not No Man's Sky will return that quickly, as I said. Still a lot to do in 14. But, whenever it'll be, there is most definitely 99% sure going to be a Divinity Original Sin stream this weekend. Whether it be tomorrow or Sunday. And then more 14 Ultimate raid on Sunday as well. And then the new patch on Tuesday. It's going to be very, very exciting. Until then, it was a ton of fun chatting with you, and thanks for the follow as well. Going to see you next time. Have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Bye-bye.